Come hang out with me sometime. I'm okay!
It's me, Mario!
Hello, my fellow peeps, and welcome to the 5th season of my Rant House show. We're finally getting ready to get stressed out, pissed off, annoyed, jaded, aggravated, intimidated, and the most fucked up in the ass possible. Now we're gonna suffer for the next 20 episodes, cringing out, losing our minds, and grinding our fucking shitty ass gears. Anyways, peeps, let's get it on. That's what she said. Alright, my fellow peeps. The first Rant House show for Season 5 is the 17th installment of the Triple Rant House shit. The first segment is bringing up people's pasts when it comes to our wrongdoings, which we do not want to fucking remember and we want to forget about them for the rest of our fucking lives. Yeah, that happened to everyone as of August of this year, and I was one of the victims who don't want to relive history to think about it. And the second installment is the inflation fetish posts on DeviantArt. Yeah, I don't know why is it still here. It's just getting on everyone's nerves that they want to leave DeviantArt for good. And the third segment is the worst one of all. And what I'm talking about is Baby Basher. Ugh! Fuck! Baby Basher! That Flash game is so fucking horrid. I was going to rant on this shit for the Season 5 finale, but no! Fuck that. We're gonna go right ahead after we deal with these first two fucking segments. Let's get into these motherfuckers and end it once and for all. But in the meaning of ending it, I mean closing these 3 cases. Okay, bringing up people's past is a terrible choice to gain fame and subs. Yeah, greedy much? Well, it depends. Well, whatever. This habit is nothing but cancel culture material. Dwelling on the past can have many negative effects on your mental health and emotional health, including the mental health issues. Dwelling on the past can lead to anxiety attacks, depression, panic attacks, trauma, and PTSD. Reduced resilience, unresolved, or resilience, or whatever the fuck you mean. Unresolved past emotions can make it harder to deal with current life events. Impaired ability to focus. Dwelling on the past can make it difficult to focus. I really had enough of struggling focusing on my fucking job while door dashing. Fuck. Sapped motivation. Dwelling on the past can sap your motivation and limit your ability to feel joy. And changed sleep patterns. Dwelling on the past can change your sleep patterns. Physiological challenges. Chronic stress from dwelling on the past can lead to physiological challenges such as systematic inflammation. Oh my god. Emotional distress. Dwelling on the past can lead to feelings of anger, sadness, and overwhelm. Yeah, and even giving us headaches. Counterproductive to problem solving. Dwelling on the past can be paralyzing and counterproductive to problem solving. Psychologists call this type of thinking rumination. If thinking about the past starts to negatively impact your life, you may want to seek out professional help. Professional help, damn it. Do you peeps think that bringing up the past is manipulative? Well, according to Google and various websites, trauma dumping is another form of abuse that can go unnoticed as the manipulator makes you empathize with them bringing up the past trauma that they have experienced. Trauma dumping is different from sharing and confiding your traumatic experiences with someone and is instead used to gain attention and leverage. Many people feel that referencing the past and their hurt will give them a better result in the present disagreement. But bragging about them could quickly cause an escalating argument. Trying to recall the past accurately is prone to errors. Over time, we easily alter memories. This habit gives us anxiety attacks and makes us go mental out of our minds. Thinking about them always makes us losing our focus on our jobs, making videos, playing PlayStation. Yeah, especially passing out the hard shit. And what matters worse is getting sent to the mental hospital, or even more worse, killing ourselves, which we never want to fucking think about. God damn it. I had enough of this, dealing with this cancel culture / social justice warrior entitled Kevin and Karen bullshit. This is the fucking material that we don't want to fucking live with. Okay, now let's continue with the fucking inflation posts. Jesus Christ. Well, damn it. Ever since 2014, sorry for bringing that year up, there's been a ton of them on YouTube, DeviantArt, and some other social medias. They really annoy the fuck out of me with those butt inflation fetish, weight gain, balloon inflation, and blueberry inflation. Oh, don't even get me started with the mega mushroom sequence either. It's like some sexual feature from blowing people or creatures up balloons. Well, it's certainly not the most disturbing when it comes to the fetish art according to some people, especially on DeviantArt, but it is pretty far up there, by the meaning of which I mean it's fucking weird. Those arts are about is that it throws out any realistic anatomy that could be included and replaces that shit with cartoonish circles. That's just gone nuts. This is just too much. That is just too much. Especially when it comes to pictures of real people inflating. If it's not bad enough, with just one of each. So many inflation fetish posts are spawned with 2, 3, 4, 5 or more parts. What? More of these? Yeah, I did say that this is too much, but yeah, this is definitely too fucking much, man. Ugh. This is hurting my goddamn eyes by taking a look at those pictures. Somebody take this off, man. I don't want to look at that nonsense. Imagine this. Do you think that it's normal to shove an air pump or an air compressor in your mouth and let those machines turn on and the air gets inside of your intestines in real life? That's fucking impossible, man. Especially when your clothes starts to stretch out until you're completely exposed. Well, I can't think of something worse if the inflation doesn't stop. You know, something worse happens. Well, I don't know if I could tell you this, but, well, I sure am going to show you this, but I hope this counts as censored or some shit. Well, come to think of it, I don't know if you want me to forget about using this sequence that I showed to you where Pencil Neck just inflated Dig Dug by pushing him with plotting on logic. I don't know if it counts as a fetish or is it just some fatality move. You be the judge of that shit. Yeah, and that sequence was taken from, that video that I just showed you from earlier was taken from Pencil Neck, where he used to work at GameStop in Pencil Neck for Hire. I don't know. Maybe it's up to you, but as for the rest of the inflation fetish posts, just stay the fuck away from it and act like they don't exist. Okay, segment number 3 is the Unholy Grail. Oh my god, I really wish that it doesn't exist. I cannot, I'm ranting on Baby Basher 20 episodes early. This is not cool, dude. Oh my fucking god. Baby Basher. This Flash game is the ultimate piece of shit game that's just shat out a big fat diarrhea shit from the depths of hell. This game is so horrid and nightmarish that not even the angry video game nerd or the irate gamer Not even woman stuff themselves want to review it in a million years because they would be scarred for life. Just like we got scarred for life just by ranting on it, let alone playing that fucking game. So this game, I don't even know if you could call it a game at all. Or rather, this. The plot is about a mother whom is not shown on screen gives birth to a newborn baby, and the killer, whom has no heart at all, kills newborn babies with a fucking hammer. What the fuck? This is fucking child abuse. Well, I love violence in games as much as the next guy, but when it comes to newborn infants in games, this is just too much. Yeah, I did say this is just too much, right, and constantly right now, but still, too fucking much, and this ain't right. I am not going to show you the graphics from that controversial game due to how much of a terms of service that could be violated. Yeah, it's too controversial that I don't want to show you. But I will tell you none the fucking less. The background reminds me of Cannibal Corpse's butchered at birth artwork, but 69 times worse, believe it or not. The background is full of nothing but dark and bloody intestines hanging on the top of the ceiling, and infants placed on a counter and get mangled into bloody pieces with a goddamn hammer. Oh my god, man! You sick! That is sick, man! Yeah, that's all the game shows us is Baby Basher kill all babies. You think that the question from Exodus Journey to the Promised Land on the original Nintendo is bad? With a true or false question that says, the king of Egypt told the Hebrew midwives to kill male babies, kill all babies, or look for Moses? When you're thinking about Baby Basher, out of line much? I'm glad that this game got removed back in 2019, and I hope to God this game will not be shown up on the archive.org website. It's such a fad of a game that nobody wanted to see again. Not even Dave Johnson, who was the childish dad, wanted to play it, or even if he would be forced to play it as part of his punishment day and you're plotting on to wrap her offline universes. That is really uncalled for, man. That is fucking gay. No, that's not gay. But this is just... Ugh. I don't know what words that can describe this piece of shit Flash game. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, bringing up the people's past full of our wrongdoings violates our human rights, our self-esteem, and makes us feel uncomfortable. Because we have learned our lessons, taken responsibility for our actions, and there's no need to brag about them anymore. Some of the inflation fetishes posts are removed from social media, hopefully most of them on YouTube, but unfortunately there's still some showing, so we shouldn't brag about them anymore either. And as for Baby Basher, stay the fuck away from this sinful, horrid game from hell, because this is far worse than every shitty game on any console that sucked major ass, especially that fucking Jekyll and Hyde game on the original Nintendo. These segments make me want to grab a gun, suck this gun like a dick, and when it's ready to come, I will pull the trigger so the bullet will blow my brains all over the street. Which I will not do, by the way. Now let's just wrap this up for now, and take a deep breath and we'll get it over with. This is some fucked up shit right there. I hate them. Coca-Cola Cross Oreo is a zero-sugar Coca-Cola flavor and the newest addition to the Coca-Cola Creations lineup. It is a collaboration with the popular sandwich cookie Oreo. The collab features the drink itself and the Coca-Cola flavored Oreo sandwich cookie with popping candy. When Oreo and Coca-Cola announced their temporary best friendship earlier this month, actually last month in September, most people agreed on one thing. The Coke-flavored Oreo was going to taste better than the Oreo-flavored Coke. Well, we'll see which one is worth a shit. Because I doubted that it's going to be me who said that you can count me among the doubters too, or some shit. Well, anyway, my fellow peeps, let's see how good or bad this looks. Yeah, let's get it on. That's what she said. Alright, the flavor is described to be fizzy cookie flavored, and it has set to be released last month. Yeah, I did say that. Okay, with the flavor being a collaboration between two brands, the flavor is also centered around friendship by celebrating best friends or besties. Coca-Cola Zero Sugar Oreo is also available as a Slurpee flavor, being only available at 7-Eleven locations, Speedway, and Stripes. A large Slurpee cup and heart-shaped double straw themed around the drink is also available for purchase. Okay. Well, anyways, when I first time took a taste of that shit at Tom Thumb, yeah, I just went to my local Tom Thumb to give it a chance to see if I liked it. So, first I just bought a fucking drink. Yeah, an Oreo flavored Coca-Cola. I just paid approximately $3 for a bottle of it. And that price ain't that bad. But for today's inflation is far up your alley. More like far up your asses. Far up your fucking asses. I opened the bottle, sniffed at what it smells like. Yep, smells like Oreos, but it ain't that much special or nothing like that. So in order to delay the inevitability, I have taken a sip of it. Well, yeah, I still don't feel none. It tastes like a regular plain-ass Diet Coke. So I've taken a couple of more sips to see if I do taste any of the Oreo scent. Damn, I barely taste jack shit. I taste nothing but regular plain-ass Diet Coke most of the time. So I don't know, what am I supposed to do? Just swish the damn Coke inside my mouth to see if there's any Oreo flavored, or do I just gotta chug all the fucking bottle until I can taste the Oreo scent of my damn breath? So what the fuck does this have anything to do with Oreos when you drink them? Once again, I can barely taste the damn Oreos in this motherfucker. Oh shit. Okay, might as well just move on with those damn cookies. This son of a bitch cost me like $5 fucking dollars. Well, lucky for me that I entered my phone number because I'm a Tom Thumb's rewards member. Free dismemberment. Not really dismemberment, I'm just making that fucking joke for Beavis and fucking Butthead. So, since I'm a rewards member of Tom Thumb, I just paid over $4 for it. So is it worth it? Well, not the fuck really. Okay, when I first time purchased this, I gave it a smell of those cookies, sniffed them a couple of times. It smells like a weird mixture of Oreos with Coca-Cola and Sour Patch Kids. Okay, so I just opened the damn package, and all you see is this irregular and red crackers sandwiching the creams. So I opened one of those crackers, I gave the cream itself a lick, and I could taste the little pieces of Pop Rocks hard candy into it, and barely I could feel the pop sparkle in my mouth. And afterwards, I took a bite of the cookie. My thoughts of it is, damn, it's slightly better than the Oreo flavored Coke Zero. Very, very slightly. But I can't say it's a masterpiece or none of that, because it barely qualifies as such in my honest thoughts. I'll be damned if both those products contain a damn aftertaste, because this would suck so many dicks real bad. So yeah, the packaging of both the cookies and the drinks are really good. Yeah, it feels artistic with those designs, And what I could say about those cookies themselves, with the red shells, yeah, 2 Coca-Cola logos and 2 Coke bottles clinking each other. And the design covers, yeah, I did say that. Yeah, they are good looking, but nothing much to say about those 2 limited edition products. No wonder why it says besties for a limited time, because in my opinion, this collaboration promotion between Oreo and Coca-Cola is not much worth a hype. So I just paid approximately $7 on both of the damn cookies and the damn drink. None of them ain't much worth of a fuck. I'm sorry, Coca-Cola manufacturers, and I'm also sorry, Oreo manufacturers, but this is how I feel about this limited edition when it comes to cookies and soda combining into one. Yeah, the scent sure has the weirdest smell that makes me want to fucking throw up after eating too many Oreo Coca-Cola cookies. Some people find it astounding, some people find it disgusting, some people find it inspiring, and some people find that really fucking repulsive, and some of them find that out of line. But I don't know what to know about these. This is just too much, especially the prices that ain't worth it. So I'm out of what else to say.
The Coca-Cola X Oreo products is such a fail. My boyfriend Kian and my bestie Dave tried them with me. We didn't like it, and the worst part is that Dave felt sick just by tasting them and threw up in the sink. He claimed these products are so by far the worst ones that he ever put that shit in his goddamn motherfucking mouth.
What a waste of money. I can barely taste the Oreo on this limited edition of Coca-Cola Zero. Why bother wanting to have another one when it's not worth another try?
I'm sorry, Coca-Cola and Oreo fans, but these snacks and drinks ain't worth bringing them for parties or cookouts. Who would want to spend their hard-earned money for a lot of those quantities for such crap like that?
Pop Rocks candy on an Oreo creme? I wouldn't want to taste another because it's just as bad as the Sour Patch Kids flavored Oreos. Why? Just why?
I have shared those types of cookies like those with Cookie. She said that she don't like them. I don't like them either. Does it look like we like them? We couldn't enjoy them with the weird Sour Patch Kids scent or that weird aftertaste. I even returned that product to Walmart because this is just bad.
I had a sleepover with one of my 2 friends last weekend with those cookies and drinks related to what Mason was talking about, and it wasn't great. It was a total letdown and a commercial failure. Who would want to spend over $20 for those products that doesn't do squat, or worse, making us want to throw up?
I'm walking back to fucking Walmart right now because these Oreo cookies taste like shit, and the Oreo flavored Coke Zero tasted like shit also. I'll be damned if my stupid ice grandson would do this to my real life self, because she would claim the same thing as I'm fucking telling y'all. Do not buy those snacks because they will upset your stomach, because they gave me the shits.
So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, your mileage may vary. You may like those products, you may not like those products, you may praise them, you may detest them, whatever your points of view might think about. To me, I'd stick with the regular plain-ass Coca-Cola, but mostly the dyed ones. And the regular plain-ass Oreos double-stuffed golden chocolate, double chocolate or mint-flavored, or fucking anything but the Coca-Cola flavored ones. And oh, don't get me fucking started with the Sour Patch Kids flavored Oreos. I haven't tried those before, but I'm sure as hell I ain't gonna try that shit either because they find that really repulsive too. Yeah, matter of fact, the Sour Patch Kids flavored Oreos is just more repulsive than the ones that I just rant about. The Idol is an American drama television series created by Sam Levinson, The Weeknd, and Reza Fan. The series focuses on female pop idol Jocelyn and her complex relationship with Tedros. And The Death Note is a 2017 American supernatural crime thriller film directed by Anna Wingard from a screenplay Charles Panidez, Velez Panidez, and Jeremy Slater, loosely based on the manga of the same name by Sugumi Oba and Takashi Otaba. Okay, what do I say about these two series? Rather, a series and a fucking film. I heard that everyone don't like that shit one bit. So, in order to get this shit over with, let's just review it, both pages on Wikipedia. Alright. The Idol underwent significant creative changes with Levinson taking over directing duties and reshaping the series to align with a new vision. There was a shift away from the initial storyline towards a focus on a degrading love story with heavier sexual content. Production was paused and resumed several times, with scenes filmed during Tesfafe's tour. The series was shot using improvisation and featured scenes filmed at Tesfafe's mansion. Shit. It premiered in its first 2 episodes at the 76th Cannes Film Festival in May of 2023. The series aired on HBO and Max from June 4th to July 2nd, 2023, and the series was widely panned upon release and was canceled after 1 season in August 2023. Well, damn. Okay, so I heard that they have 5 episodes. So that is Pop-Tarts and Rat Tails, Double Fantasy, Daybreak, Stars Belong to the World, and Jocelyn Forever. Okay, so I'm gonna name the first 2 episodes with the descriptions on it, so I'm not gonna name anything else. Okay, so after her last tour was canceled due to a nervous breakdown, pop music singer Jocelyn prepares for the release of her comeback single, shooting the cover art, practicing the choreography, and being profiled by Vanity Fair writer Talia. Yeah, reading the description from Pop-Tarts and Rat Tails. Unbeknownst to her, a lewd selfie of Jocelyn is leaked onto the internet and her team, including managers Chaim and Destiny, record label executive Nikki, Live Nation representative Andrew, and publicist Benjamin, coordinates a response to maintain her reputation. Later, Jocelyn attends a nightclub with her best friend and assistant Leia, creative executor Xander, and backup dancer Diane, where she meets the owner Tedros, with whom she instantly connects. To Leia's chagrin, Jocelyn invites Tedros to her house, playing her new song, World Class Sinner. Jocelyn and Tedros question its authenticity, in which Tedros initiates BDSM foreplay. Well, peeps, if you do not know what BDSM means, BDSM is a variety of often erotic practices or role-playing involving bondage, discipline, dominance, and submission, sadomasochism, and other related interpersonal dynamics. Well, damn. Okay, now let's read the one from Double Fantasy. After reworking the song with Tedros, Jocelyn plays a remixed version of World Class Sinner to her team, which receives mixed responses. Nikki adamantly opposes it and berates Jocelyn. At the music video shoot, Jocelyn overexerts herself to perfect the choreography, angering the director. Meanwhile, Leia builds a closer relationship with Isaac, a musician linked to Tedros, while Chaim and Destiny look at the Tedros past, and Nikki sees potential in Diane, who is revealed to be one of Tedros' followers. The video is scrapped after Jocelyn breaks down and calls out for her deceased mother. Later, Tedros is invited to Jocelyn's house, bringing with him and Isaac and Chloe, a singer and a young pianist. Leia is wary of Jocelyn's relationship with Tedros. Okay, I'm not going to bother reading the last 3 episodes, because I heard that they're just cringeworthy as fuck. Okay, so on June 29th, 2021, Tesfaye announced that he would be creating, executive producing, and co-writing a drama series for HBO alongside Reza Fahmy and Sam Levinson. And so, okay, so I don't know if that goes well. On November 22nd, 2021, HBO gave the production a series order for a first season of consisting of 6 episodes. Following a creative overhaul in the spring of 2022, the season was condemned to 5 episodes. So I see that. So as of August 28th, 2023, The Idol was canceled after 1 season. So let's take a look at the fucking release. The reception. Okay, so, Rotten Tomatoes, which has a holding of the series, a rating of 19%, based on 106 critic reviews, with an average rating of 4.10 out of 10. And this site consensus reads, every bit as florid and sleazy as the industry as it seeks to satirize. The Idol places itself on a pedestal with unbridled style, but wilts under the spotlight. On Metacritic, which assigns a weight average, the series holds a score of 27 out of 100 based on 23 reviews, indicating generally unfavorable reviews. Wow. It even received negative reviews, like some would deem it boring. Critics that attended the series premiere at the Cannes Festival disapproved of its script, direction, and sexual content. Okay, let's just move on, peeps. Alright, the Death Note 2017 film premiered at Fright Fest on August 24th, 2017, and was released by Netflix on August 25th, the next day of that year. So, the plot is, in Seattle, Washington, high school senior student Light Turner stumbles upon the Death Note, a mysterious and ancient notebook that could supernaturally kill any person whose name is written in it. He then meets Ryuk, a Japanese death god who conducts the killings and is convinced by him to begin using it. Light writes down the name of his school bully Kenny Doyle and watches him die in a freak accident. Well, holy shit. That night, he uses the Death Note again, this time targeting his mother's murderer, Anthony Scommel. The next morning, his father, James, who is a police detective, informs him that Anthony Scommel's gruesome death. At school, Light befriends fellow student Mia Sutton and shows her the notebook's powered by meticulously engineering the death of an armed felon during a televised hostage situation. The two started dating and worked together to rid the world of criminals and terrorists, with Light adopting the Japanese pseudonym Kira to mislead law enforcement away from his continent. Enigmatic international detective L begins investigating Kira's identity in Tokyo and deduces that he is from Seattle, and also indirectly concludes that he cannot kill without knowing his victims' names and faces. Working with James and the Seattle Police Department, L has the Federal Bureau of Investigation track Light and other suspects. Light rejects Mia's request to kill the agents, but soon learns to their bizarre mass suicide, which he blames on Ryuk. James threatens Kira on television and returns unharmed, convincing L that Light is Kira. Well, what the fuck? Okay, after seeing L's face unmasked, Light uses the Death Note to force L's assistant, Watari, to go to Montauk, New York, where L's true name is hidden at a secret orphanage. He plans to control Watari for 48 hours, burn his page to avoid killing him, and then kill L. Meanwhile, L brings a police team to search Light's house, but Mia sneaks the notebook out before it can be found. Light and Mia attend their school's dance event, using it to ditch L and the police. Yeah, fuck the police coming straight from the underground. Yeah, right. Watari contacts Light, but it is killed by security guards before he can reveal L's name, owing to Light's failure to find and burn his page. Distraught, Light returns to Mia and discovers that she caused the agent's suicide and, because only one victim can be saved, withheld Watari's page. Mia tells Light that she has written his name in the Death Note and is set to kill him at midnight, citing his supposed lack of conviction in Kira's cause. Though the subsequently offers to burn his page if he surrenders the notebook to her, Light yields, telling her to meet him at the Seattle Great Wheel for the transfer. Enraged at Watari's death, Elle embarks on the personal manhunt against Light, whom James has ordered the police to protect, following a lengthy chase. Elle corners Light at gunpoint before being knocked unconscious by a nearby Kira supporter. Rendezvousing with Mia, Light takes her to the top of the Great Wheel and tells her that they should leave the notebook and run away to build a new life together. Unrelenting, she wrests it from him, but quickly realizes that he has written her name in it, with her death being contingent on her taking it from him. Ryuk destroys Destructor, killing Mia and plunging Light into the water below. Elle arrives on scene and sees Light's page land on the burning barrel. Prior to confronting Mia, Light had used the Death Note to arrange for a criminally charged doctor to rescue him and put him into a medically induced coma. God damn! While having another criminal recover the notebook and continue Kira's killings before returning it to him. Shortly thereafter, killing both individuals via forced suicide. Oh my god. Having been ordered off the case for his apparent misconduct, L. defiantly raids Mia's house and finds the page with the agent's names. In a hysterical fit, he considers writing down the name to imply to be Light's to avenge Watari. At the hospital, James, now aware of the truth, questions Light, who insists that his actions were the lesser of two evils. Ryuk then peeks around the corner, remarking that humans are so interesting, while laughing maniacally at Light. Okay, so I gotta say, this fucking plot is not as good as the anime version. I don't understand why is it so loosely fucked up? Okay, so let's take a look at the fucking reception. Rotten Tomatoes has given a rating of 36% based on 77 reviews and an average of 4.8 out of 10. This site's critical consensus reads, Death Note benefits from director Adam Wingard's distinctive eye and a talented cast, but they aren't going enough to overcome a fatally overcrowded canvas. Metacritic gave the film a score of 43 out of 100 based on 14 critics, indicating mixed or average reviews. Okay, well... Oh, and I also heard that Adam Wingard deleted his Twitter account after receiving backlash from the negative reviews. Wow, tough crowd. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, I don't know if you find it idle interesting, but as for myself, I'm sure as hell not going to watch that shit. If you want to watch a better drama film, why don't you stick to ones that are instantly classic, like the ones from the 1990s or 2000s? I'm not sure. And as for Death Note, stay the fuck away from the 2017 film and stick with the anime version of Death Note. Yeah, it's a lot better. Dragon Ball Evolution is a 2009 American superhero film directed by James Wong. It is loosely based on the Japanese Dragon Ball manga series created by Akira Toriyama and stars Justin Chatwin, Emi Rossum, James Marsters, Jamie Chung, Chow Yun-fat, June Park, and Eriko Tamura. In the film, the teenager Goku reveals his past and sets out to fight the evil alien warlord Piccolo, who wishes to gain the powerful Dragon Balls and use them to take over Earth. Well, I gotta say, this fucking movie is not that much of a good Dragon Ball film. It's just some shit. It's a both critical and commercial failure, and it has the lament the script cast an unfaithfulness to the source material. So we're gonna see how much ass this fucking movie sucks. Okay, the film began in development in 2002, and yeah, at that time we had Dragon Ball Z Budokai on the GameCube and PlayStation 2. Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks on these two consoles I said already, Oh yeah, also on the Xbox and Game Boy Advance. But let's not get off topic or none of that shit. And besides that, it was distributed by 20th Century Studios. It is the first official live-action adaptation of the Dragon Ball series. Dragon Ball Evolution was released in Japan and several other Asian countries on March 13th, 2009, and in the United States on the following month, April 10th. Wow. Talk about an April Fool's joke that's far from an April Fool's joke. Okay, so the plot is the fucking shit. What I mean the fucking shit is... it's not that much of a good one. Alright, 2,000 years ago, the Namekian King Piccolo came to Earth and wreaked havoc. 7 mystics were able to seal Piccolo away using a powerful enchantment called the Mafuba. What the fuck is a Mafuba? However, he breaks free in present time, and with his ninja-like henchwoman Mai, begins searching for 7 Dragon Balls, killing anyone in his path. Well, that's not a good sign, is it? On his 18th birthday, martial artist and high school senior Goku has given the 4-star Dragon Ball by his grandpa Gohan, returning home from a party hosted by his crush Chi-Chi. Goku finds his home destroyed by Piccolo, who was looking for the Dragon Balls. Before he dies, Gohan tells Goku to seek out martial arts guru Master Roshi, who has another one of the Dragon Balls. Well, that guy better haul ass then! Goku then meets Bulma of the Capsule Corporation, who has invented a device that locates the Dragon Balls. Oh, is it a fucking Dragon Radar? Well, if so, then let so be it. Goku offers Bulma protection in exchange for helping him find Roshi. After finding him in Paozu City, Master Roshi joins their search and begins helping Goku master his ki. During their search for another Dragon Ball, they fall into a trap set by the desert bandit Yamcha, whom Roshi convinces to join him by promising some of the royalties for Bulma's invention. Together they fight off an ambush by Mai and obtain the next Dragon Ball. Okay, let's keep on going. As the group continues their quest, they visit the World Martial Arts Tournament where Chi-Chi is competing. She fights Mai in a match, who steals a sample of her blood. Wow. Sure as a cat fight, is it? Some cat fight it is. Well, yeah, right. Chi-Chi briefly joins the group as they travel to Temple, where Master Roshi consults his former teacher, Sifu Norris, and begins preparing a new Mafuba enchantment to reseal Piccolo, while Chi-Chi helps Goku in his training to learn the most powerful ki bending techniques, the Kamehameha Wave. That night, Mai arrives having used Chi-Chi's blood to assume her appearance. Unable to tell Mai from Chi-Chi, Goku accidentally knocks out Chi-Chi and is shot by Mai, who steals the team's Dragon Balls. Oh shit! We've been fucked! We've been mugged, man! Okay, Goku, Bulma, Yamcha, and Master Roshi go in pursuit of Mai and Piccolo. Having acquired all 7 Dragon Balls, Piccolo arrives at the Dragon Temple and begins to summon Shenron. Oh my god. But it is stopped by timely arrival of Goku's team, and during the ensuing battle, Piccolo reveals to Goku that he is his minion. Wait, what? Piccolo... Wait, a minion? The Ozaru the Great Ape, having been sent to Earth as an infant to destroy it. As the solar eclipse transforms Goku into Ozaru, the Great Ape. Holy shit! Master Roshi attempts to use Mafuba on Piccolo, but he doesn't have enough energy allowing Piccolo to break free. Ozaru chokes Roshi to death, but his dying words enable Goku to fight back Ozaru and restore to himself. Man, that's fucking heartbreaking to see Master Roshi die. Okay, afterwards, he engages Piccolo in a final battle, seemingly defeating him with the Kamehameha Wave. Goku then uses the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron, restoring Master Roshi back to life. As the group celebrates, Bulma declares that the Dragon Balls have scattered, and they must search for them again. Before heading out, Goku meets with Chi-Chi and apologizes for knocking her unconscious, and then they begin a sparring match. In mid-credits, Yeah, in the mid-credits scene, yeah, why would anyone want to continue the movie by seeing the credits is beyond my ass. Piccolo is revealed to be alive and treated by a mysterious woman. Damn. Okay, so let's see about the production of this motherfucker. Okay, principal photography began on December 3rd, 2007 in Mexico City, Mexico. Locations including the Universidad Tecnológica de Mexico. From January 2nd, 2008, the crew shot at Sierra de Oregon's National Park, and the crew moved to Estado de Mexico in March of that year for some shots at Nevado de Toluca. Shooting was also scheduled at Los Angeles, California. And adapting the Dragon Ball manga, the futuristic cities of flying vehicles were kept. However, the anthropomorphic creatures and talking animals such as Turtle, Oolong, Puar, Shu, and Korin were dropped. Wow. No wonder why this film is such a fail. Justin Chatwin was selected to play the film's central character Goku. Ron Perlmutter was originally offered the role of the villain Lord Piccolo, but turned down to work on Hellboy 2. James Marsters, who accepted the role, noted that he was a fan of the original anime adaptation. On January 19th, 2009, Bandai Namco and Fox announced a tie-in PlayStation portable video game, which was released on March 19th in Japan and North America on April 7th. The game includes all the major characters from the film and features various playing modes, including a local multiplayer battle mode, production stills and storyboards from the film. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. Okay, so what else to say? Okay, I don't see any, the rest of the characters that were shown. Yeah, I don't see Goten, Kid Trunks, Gohan. Yeah, wait, where the fuck is Vegeta? Where's Frieza, Raditz, Nappa? What happened to all the enemies? What about baby Vegeta? Or should I say bitch Vegeta? Sorry. What the hell happened to all the androids? Bardock, Bojack, Broly, Captain Ginyu, Cell, Garlic Jr., Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Quan Chi, Shinnok, Goro, Melina, Baraka, Kitana, Liu Kang, Mason. You're not saying any of the characters from Dragon Ball Z after that. You're saying the ones from Mortal Kombat. Okay, well what the fuck happened to Mega Man, Morgan Ainsland, Ryu, Chun-Li, Zangief? That's Capcom Fighting Evolution. Okay, what about Spider-Man, Hulk, Captain America, The Punisher, Nick Fury? That's Marvel superheroes. Fio, Marco, Mai, Ryu, Benimaru, Kyo, Joe, Terry. Man, that's SNK. Tommy Dreamer, Raven, Taz, Sabu, Sandman, New Jack, Dudley Boys, Rob Van Dam. That's ECW. Blue, green, yellow, red, those are colors. Okay, yeah, I'm getting off topic like I said I wouldn't. Okay, so anyways, that film was both critical and a commercial failure. Critics and fans alike lamented the script cast and unfaithfulness to the source material. Yeah, I did say that. Additionally, it grossed out only $9.4 million in North America and a wide total of $56.5 million against a budget of $300 million. The film was meant to be the first of a series, although all subsequent films were canceled. It is often referred to as one of the worst films of all time. The film has been accused of whitewashing and has had a negative effect on future animated cinema adaptations due to its casting, lack of loyalty to the source material, and failure at the box office. Rotten Tomatoes gave this movie a 14% of 63 critics' reviews that are positive with an average rating of 3.6 out of 10. This website's consensus reads, executed with a little panache or invention, Dragon Ball Evolution lacks the magic that made the books on which it was based on a cult sensation. Metacritic, which uses a weighted average, assigned the film's score of 45 out of 100 based on 10 critics, indicating mixed or average reviews. Audiences surveyed by CinemaScore gave them a grade C+ on a scale of A to F. And I noticed that IMDb gave this movie a 2.5 out of 10. Wow, that movie is just that fucking bad. So in conclusion, I don't know if there are any live-action films based on anime franchises. Let me know if there's any of them, because as of right now, The live-action franchises that have everything to do with anime is utter trash. Like trash of the original Nintendo when you're thinking about NES games based on movies and TV series. Pretty much especially LJ fucking N. Anyways, avoid this movie like a fucking plague, and avoid it like you do not want to remember any of your wrongdoings, because I've changed and put mine behind me and never wanted to talk about it ever again. Ever. Stick with the TV series and video games of the Dragon Ball franchise. However, your mileage may vary for both Dragon Ball games for the original PlayStation if you're thinking about them. Perfection is a state, variously, of completeness, flawlessness, or supreme excellence. The term is used to designate a range of diverse and often kindred concepts. These have historically been addressed in a number of discrete disciplines, notably mathematics, physics, chemistry, ethics, aesthetics, ontology, and theology. Okay, I don't know why am I doing this, but I'm just saying it in my own honest opinion that I am not perfect at all. I've made mistakes in my life, especially the ones that I do not want to remember. And nobody should. Matter of fact, no one should care what we did in the past. But whatever it is, peeps, let's just go on with this absurd kind of a fucking rant. Okay, the term and concept of perfection is the form of the world long fluctuated in various languages. The English language had the alternates perfection and the biblical perfectness. The word perfection derives from the Latin perfecto and perfect from perfectus. These expressions in turn come from perficio, to finish, to bring to an end, perfection. Thus literally means a finishing and perfectus, finished, much as in grammatical parlance, perfect. Okay, many modern languages have adopted their terms for the concept of perfection from the Latin, the French parfait and perfection, and the Italian perfetto, and the perfección. Okay, the Spanish perfecto and perfección, the English perfect and perfection, the Russian soversheny and sovershenstvo, the Croatian and Serbian Sarvzian and Sarzenstvo. What the fuck? Why the fuck am I saying this wrong? This is not the perfection and pronunciation I'm pronouncing in other languages, especially in Russian and Croatian. And the Slavic Dokonli and Dokonalost. I don't think that's perfect either. I'm showing you the prime examples of why am I not perfect right now. Especially when I don't succeed the first time. And especially what I never said before. Okay, the Polish Doskonali and Doskonalosk. Damn. Okay, the genealogy of the concept of perfection reaches back beyond Latin to Greek. The Greek equivalent of the Latin perfectus was stelios. The latter Greek expression generally had concrete reference. Had concrete reference. Such as a perfect physician or a flutist, a perfect comedy, or a perfect social system. Hence the Greek teleiotes was not yet so fraught with abstract and superlative associations would be the Latin perfectio or the modern perfection. To avoid the latter associations, the Greek term has generally been translated as completeness rather than perfection. Yeah, I'd be better off completing shit with mistakes that I could not get it right the first time, and try it again to make it perfect on the next round. Yeah, I'm talking about... Wait a minute, what the fuck am I saying? Yeah, take this as an example. If I completed the first level of Gex on PlayStation 1, and I did not succeed to grab all the fucking remotes, well, I don't just bitch about it, I just try again until I get it perfect by collecting all the goddamn remotes. Yeah, and yeah, take Gex 2 Enter the Gecko, for example. I finished one of the levels, maybe the haunted house level, and that fucking drugged up fever dream level. I did not get it right the first time, and for the second time I got it perfect by collecting all icons in order to get all the fucking remotes. So yeah. Okay, the oldest definition of perfection, fairly precise and distinguishing the shades of the concept, goes back to Aristotle in Book of Delta of the Metaphysics. He distinguishes three meanings of the term, or rather three shades of one meaning, but in any case, three different concepts. That is perfect. Number one, which is complete, which contains all requisite parts. Number two, which is so good that nothing of the kind could be better. Number three, which has attained its purpose. Okay, the first of these concepts is fairly well subsumed within the second. Between those two and the third, however, there arises a duality in concept. This duality was expressed by Thomas Aquinas in the Summa Theologica when he distinguished a twofold perfection, which when a thing is perfect in itself, as he put it, in its substance, and when it perfectly serves its purpose. The variance of the concept of perfection would have been quite a piece of 2,000 years had they not been confused with other kindred concepts. The chief of these was the concept of that which is the best, in Latin excellentia, excellence, and equity, excellentia and perfectio made a pair. Thus, for example, dignities were called perfectissime. Fuck. Okay, just as they now called excellency. Nevertheless, these two expressions of high regard differ fundamentally. Excellentia is now a distinction among many, and implies comparison, while perfectio involves no comparison. And if something is deemed perfect, then it is deemed so in itself without compassion to other things. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, who thought much about perfection and held the world to be the best possible worlds, did not claim it was perfect. Okay. Let's see, what type of perfection is stopped by something. Okay, according to Google and the AI overview, perfectionism can ruin your life in many ways, including anxiety. Perfectionism can lead to anxiety orders. People with anxiety disorders. Fuck! Yeah, you see what I mean, peeps? I just made a fucking mistake once again. Okay, let me start over. Okay, according to Google and AI overview, perfectionism can ruin your life in many ways, including anxiety. Perfectionism can lead to anxiety disorders. People with anxiety disorders have many perfectionist traits, and perfectionism can increase the likelihood of developing anxiety. Low self-esteem. Perfectionists may have low self-esteem and experience a hit to their self-esteem when they can't meet their expectations. Damn. Missed opportunities. Perfectionists may miss opportunities to learn and grow because they are so focused on avoiding mistakes. Lowered creativity and productivity. Perfectionists may have a hard time being creative and productive because they are constantly trying to refine and perfect every detail. Inhibited hobbies and activities. Perfectionism can inhibit hobbies and activities. Well, no shit! Emphasizing the goal over the journey. Perfectionists may emphasize the goal over their journey. Okay, so here are some ways to manage perfectionism. Set realistic goals, challenge your behavior and beliefs, don't fear mistakes. Read just your personal rules. Focus on bigger picture. Relax and go with the flow. Set deadlines. Adopt a mantra. Okay, so thanks for the fucking advice, generative AI. Alright, yeah, it's so fucking dangerous and shit. So the damages of perfectionism can... Yeah, it's the fear of failure and making mistakes can become overwhelming, leading to physical symptoms like tense muscles, headaches, and even panic attacks. Oh man, I had those before. And depression. Perfectionism is closely connected to depression because the constant pressure to be flawless can make people feel worthless and hopeless. Oh shit, yeah, talk about a tough crowd in this motherfucker! Yeah, the fear of disapproval. Yeah, that's what perfectionists are afraid of. And how do you break perfectionism? Well, challenge your behavior. Wait a minute, I already just said that shit. Yeah, another mistake that I just caused. See what I mean, peeps? This is why I'm not perfect as I thought I am. Okay, one more thing before I end this shit. Why do perfectionists fail? The problem with perfection is that everyone is human and susceptible to making mistakes. Yeah, we're only fucking human, man. We're not like fucking robots or none of that damn stupid shit. I mean, or none of that damn shit or whatever it is. Perfectionists are more likely to experience navigating emotions, such as guilt, feelings of nature, or shame, when the work doesn't meet their expectations. And these negative emotions could cause perfectionists to procrastinate. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I always procrastinate, damn it. Especially when I'm not feeling well, feeling sick, or one of my legs are fucking with me. Especially right now. Yeah, my legs are really bothering me all goddamn day and all goddamn night. And I'm trying to get that shit perfect. But not all the way. Are perfectionists good at bed? Oh, it depends on how much their sexual anxiety and distress levels they have. Shit. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, I could give a fuck less if I ever make mistakes in my videos. Because not everything all of you viewers, not even myself, could fix things all the time. When I make mistakes, I'd be better off saying, like for example, I remember my first game console was the Nintendo GameCube. My first game console was the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, I know that the Game Boy Advance is a portable console, but what the fuck's the difference? And when it comes to some mistakes in my videos, then got too lazy to fix it, I put an asterisk with correct words and sentences. So it's best not to be perfect all the time, peeps. Like that fish said in the perfect episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog, there's no such thing as perfect. Yeah, I believe that he said something like that. Well, I could agree with that. So just forget about your past mistakes and just be yourself, peeps. Middle Engine is the Thomas and Friends episode, which appeared in Season 6, Episode 14. Yeah, okay, so this episode is about, none of the engines like to be in the middle of the train, so Ari and Bert enjoy putting steam engines in the middle. This causes trouble for Percy, but James is convinced that he can outsmart the diesels. So that's according to IMDb, and according to Google, when shunting for Percy at the smelter yard, Harry and Bert put him in the middle again. Well, that episode was taking place on October 3rd, 2002. So yeah, I feel every train's pain who had to deal with that bullshit. So according to Bell Hill Mayor, it's a massive torture episode out of Percy and James, and Ari and Bert was at their worst in the episode of the Fat Controller or Sir Topham Hatt in that episode was so out of character. Well, I guess we're gonna have to take a good look at this shit to see how fucked up and hellish and assy this episode was. Alright, one fucking day, Percy is collecting coal trucks from the smelter's yard to take the coaling to the coaling plant. But Ari and Bert place another line of trucks in front of him. much to the anger of both Percy and his driver. Talk about a fucked up risk of anger-inducing bullshit right here. Since he is stuck between two lines of trucks, he has no choice but to go slowly. Wow, talk about wasting time on this motherfucker. But how can you blame Percy and the driver? Okay, on the way, he passes James, who teases him for his situation, much to his annoyance. Okay, teasing someone is one thing, but doing that over and over again 24/7 is just fucked up. Okay, upon arriving at the coaling plant, he shunts the trucks in front of him onto the coal tipper so that the coal can be dumped. Hopefully right on time in this one. Okay, what's next is that Percy knows that it is against the rules for an engine to go onto the coal tipper until it has been turned off. Not when his crew leave. Not when his crew leave? Okay. Henry arrives to collect the coal trucks behind Percy, and due to not noticing him, he mistakenly bumps Percy onto the coal tipper in process, resulting in Percy being lifted up with some of his coal being dumped out and then brought back down. Looks like we have a major situation in this son of a bitch. The yard manager is cross with Percy for this and reports the incident to the Sir Topham Hatt. Yeah, I'd rather say Sir Topham Hatt rather than Fat Controller, because it sounds insulting thanks to Boris the Pencil Neck Cockroach Television Head, that fucking racist, red-teeth, white supremacist bitch. Okay, at Tidmouth Sheds that night, Sir Topham Hatt scolds Percy for going on to the coal tipper. Oh, come on. Percy was doing his job, does he? Well, Percy attempts to explain that it was the result of Ari and Bert's trick, but nonetheless, Sir Topham Hatt restricts him to shunting in the yard as a punishment for his recklessness, until he gets to the bottom of the situation. Okay, now this just reminds me of Percy getting framed by Pencil Neck of doing graffitis on the fucking wall in Pencil Neck for Hire episode 83, but worse, believe it or not. Okay. James quietly boasts that he can handle Ari and Bert, but Sir Topham Hatt hears this and sends him to do Percy's work at the smelter's yard the next day, much to James's dismay. Damn, you should have whispered a lot more quieter than that, James. Alright, the next day, James initially does not let Ari or Bert get in his way and thinks that he has put them in their place. However, when he prepares to leave with his train, Ari places another one in front of him. Is it really going to be good, or is it going to be worse? Or is it going to be bad? No, it gets fucking worse. Not wanting to be seen like this, James refuses to move, so Sir Topham Hatt sends Percy to bring him and the trucks to docks. Upon arrival, Percy jokes to the manager that James is learning to be a middle engine, leaving the red engine infuriated and embarrassed as he tries to cover himself in a cloud of steam. Wow, that episode does not look good, as you can listen to what I'm saying around this plot according to the Wikipedia page of the wiki fandom page of Thomas and Friends. Okay, so the trivia about this fucked up episode is that in the US dub, the coaling plant manager has a Bronx accent, and the same singular line "coal cars" is used throughout the episode. This is most noticeable when Percy is approaching the tipper. And the scrap models of Thomas, Gordon, James, Toad, City of Truro, Laurie 2, and one of the Scottish twins are seen. This episode marks several things for Ari and Bert. First, the first time Ari is referred to by name, Bert's first speaking role. The first time when both of them are referred to by name and have speaking roles. There are only speaking roles in the 6th series. Okay, well that's not all. This episode marks the last appearance of Duck's angry face. And this is the 2nd episode where a character says confusion and delay after the 5th series episode of Oliver's Find, but the 4th episode where the phrase is used overall. In that 5th series episode, Cranky Bugs, and the 6th series episode, The World's Strongest Engine, was said by the narrator. CITV repeated this episode on February 28, 2003, alongside the final episode of Ripley and Scuff. little red piggy in the middle, just like Percy. I am not Percy. I am not a middle engine and I'm not moving. And he didn't. Wow, how aggravating do you think this episode is? Okay, you want to hear the goof about this fucking shit? Sir Topham Hatt should have not blamed Percy for going on the Tipper's loading ramp, as the accident was not his fault. He should have blamed Henry since he caused the fucking accident. And likewise, he should have blamed Ari and Bert since they caused the whole accident. Wow. Blind eye playing much, Sir Topham Hatt? Okay, so anyways, how would you feel if someone tells you the truth? I mean, if you tell them the truth but nobody believes it and decide to play the fucking blind eye. Yeah, it makes you feel speechless afterwards, huh? I know Sir Topham Hatt know better than this, but at this point, I'd be better off blaming Sir Topham Hatt for not being sure, because he just jumped into conclusions like a blind bat instead of doing some kind of research to see who were at fault. Yeah, Ari and Bert shouldn't have fucking done that.
Being a middle engine between two crates really aggravated the hell out of me while working. It was Ari and Bert's fault that Sir Topham Hatt blamed me for something they did.
I hope Ari and Bert have learned their lessons after Sir Topham Hatt dug up more evidence and proof that Percy is innocent. Why in God's green fuck would they do that to Percy and James?
What a complete massive torture episode that I have ever watched. Those twin diesel shunters gave James and Percy very hard times while they got stuck in between two lines of trucks.
After watching this episode, I'd like to send my apologies to Percy and James for not taking my job seriously at this position. Ari and Bert will have good punishments so they can think about what they did. Oliver Hood, and I'd like to apologize to Percy since he told us the truth. We're pencil neck graffiti the wall and frame Percy. No crimes go unpunished, damn it.
So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, if you're a big ass fan of Thomas and Friends and kept on binging by watching every episode, I recommend you skip it if you cannot handle that kind of stress. Yep, that's all I gotta say about that. Okay, my fellow peeps, looks like we have another double Rant House installation. So the first segment is Eminem's kart racing and Fortnite. So let me tell you something about Eminem's kart racing. It's a racing video game for the Nintendo DS and the Nintendo Wii based on an Eminem's license. And I heard that this game fucking sucks. And Fortnite is an online video game developed by Epic Games and released in 2017 for PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch, Xbox One, and other various consoles that had anything to do with this game. Even though this game looks awesome, but in my opinion, it's fucking garbage. So anyways, let's get on with those fucking pieces of shit. Okay, now starting off with Eminem's kart racing. Alright, so this game is developed by Frontline Studios in co-production with Kalara Studios. Both studios responsible for this game's development were headquartered in Poland. It is the fifth of the 7 Eminem's video games. This game allows players to play as one of the Eminem spokes candies on 15 racetracks, though it was incorrectly stated as 10 on the back of the Wii version's box. Okay, so let's see what this fucking gameplay is. Alright. Eminem's Kart Racing is a kart racing game in which players control one of 5 selectable characters who race in karts in different racetracks that vary in shape and theme. Players can choose from 7 different race vehicles which can be selected in Eminem's garage. Races take place in the street, dirt, ice, and sandy environments which affect vehicle handling in different ways. During races, players can collect cups of coffee to get a small speed boost. Oh, really? A cup, collect cups of coffee for small speed? Oh, you'd be better off getting addicted with crack cocaine to get fucking speed boosts. The player can also pick up chocolate coins scattered across the raceway. Yeah, picking up the chocolate coins. Yeah, you're gonna eat it afterwards? You know what? I don't think you should trust this game when it comes to that, because the only type of chocolate coins is that you're gonna eat is the one that's full of shit. These coins will unlock new vehicles when specific amounts are collected. Okay, so now let's talk about the modes. In the arcade mode, players must collect a specified amount of these coins to proceed to the next racetrack. To get a turbo boost at the start of a race, players must shake their Wiimote. Yeah, Wiimote? You gotta shake their Wiimote like you're fucking masturbating while jerking off to gay porn or some shit? Oh, I'd be damned if someone would find that arousing just to jerk off to 2 girls, 1 cup, or 1 man, 1 jar. Like other racing games on the Wii, to turn their vehicle, a player also must tilt their Wii remote. Yeah, tilt their Wii remote like it's a fucking... okay, yeah, it sure is... yeah, you do need a fucking goddamn Wii wheel. You know, just like you had to use it for Mario Kart Wii and other racing games. Okay, so the Nintendo DS version of the game features only 12 racetracks instead of 15. And also features the addition of items. Okay, so why 12 when you can have 15? Okay, so I just assumed that the Nintendo DS has limitations. So maybe it must have has limited spaces on the cartridge and shit. Okay, the DS version uses D-pad controls to steer the carts, opposed to the Wii version, which uses motion controls. Like many portable ports of console games of the era, this one features simplified graphics and audio. Okay, okay, well, let's see what it looks like on this one. Okay, so the letters of the font are somewhat too close together and way too separately. Yeah, the graphics look like shit. And also, the controls are also goddamn wonky. Okay, so let's hear the damn music of this game. Yeah, both the Wii and the Nintendo DS. Let's sample it. Okay, all I gotta say, both soundtracks from both consoles are really good. But that doesn't make up the fucking rest of the game to be prevented from being the worst. Yeah, and the reception of Eminem's kart racing was critically panned upon release. It has a game ranking score of 23% and 22% for the Wii and DS versions respectively, earning it Guinness World Records Gamers Edition 2011's award for the lowest kart game. IGN cited that commercial mascots make terrible video games, and that the game barely uses the license at all. GameSpot opened that the game could put you off Eminem's for life. It also awarded the game Flat Out Worst Game award in its Best of 2008 awards. GameZone also panned it, as did Nintendojo. Gameplay footage of the game was featured as Joystick's today's most hilariously atrocious video, stating that the gameplay footage is a true testament to the wrong way to build a kart racer. The game was chosen as one of GameZone's most abysmal racing games ever due to the sluggish pace of the game and the dialogue. Games Radar ranked it 32nd on the 50 worst games of all time. They criticized the Wii's motion controls, making the karts impossible to handle in the absence of the items used in races, saying most Mario Kart rip-offs include the use of items. Well, you know what? Yeah, not only it's a rip-off of Mario Kart, it's also a fucking rip-off of Crash Team Racing, which I would rather fucking play on my PlayStation 1. But the only problem is that I don't have fucking Crash Team Racing on my goddamn PlayStation. So what the fuck? Well, at least I do have Nitro's, Crash Nitro Kart Racing or whatever it is on the PlayStation 2. Okay, let's just get on with another segment before I lose my mind. Okay, Fortnite is an online video game released in 2017. It is available in 6 distinct game mode versions that otherwise share the same general gameplay and game engine. Fortnite Battle Royale, a free-to-play battle royale game in which up to 100 players fight to be the last person standing. Fortnite Save the World and Fortnite Creative, Lego Fortnite Rocket Racing, Fortnite Festival, yeah, spawned into different types of fucking Fortnite in this bitch. Okay, so let's talk about the goddamn game modes. Fortnite has multiple game modes using the same engine, each has similar graphics and art assets. 5 of these modes are directly created and managed by Epic Games and its subsidiaries. Okay, so Save the World is a player versus environment cooperative game with 4 players collaborating towards a common objective on various missions while avoiding the effects of an encroaching cataclysmic storm. The players take the role of commanders of home-based shelters, collecting resources, saving survivors, and defending equipment that helps to either collect data on a storm or to push back the storm. For missions, players are awarded a number of in-game items, which include hero characters, weapon and trap schematics, and survivors, of all of which can be leveled up through gained experience to improve their attributes. Okay, Fortnite Battle Royale is a player versus player game for up to 100 players. Yeah, 100 players. You really think that that's enough of that shit? Actually, maybe not, but it depends on your fucking views. Allowing one to play alone, in a duo, or in a squad, usually consisting 3 or 4 players. Weaponless players airdrop from a battle bus that crosses the game's map, then scavenge for weapons, items, and resources, while trying to stay alive and to attack and eliminate other players. Over the course of a round, the safe area of the map shrinks down in size due to an incoming toxic storm. Players outside that threshold take damage and can be eliminated if they fail to quickly evacuate. This forces remaining players into tighter spaces and encourages player encounters until the last player or team is alive. Alright, Lego Fortnite is a survival sandbox game where players play as Lego minifig versions of characters. Rocket Racing is a racing game developed by Psyonix and serving as a spin-off to Rocket League. Fortnite Festival is a rhythm game developed by Harmonix, consisting of 3 modes. Main stage, alright, battle stage, and what else? The fucking festival mode, what? Of course, the fucking jam stage. Okay, in addition to these modes, Fortnite offers the sandbox mode, Fortnite Creative. Within this mode, players are given complete freedom to spawn any item in the Battle Royale game mode on a personal island, and can create games such as battle arenas, race courses, platforming challenges, and more. Furthermore, it also supports Unreal Editor for Fortnite, which allows players to edit words using Fortnite assets. Creative and UEFN also allows players to create custom Fall Guys games which can be accessible within the Fortnite launcher. All modes except Save the World are free to play. Save the World is pay to play. The games are monetized through the use of V-Bucks, in-game currency that can be purchased with real-world funds, but also earned through completing missions and other achievements in Save the World. In other modes, V-Bucks can be used to buy cosmetic items such as character models or the game's Battle Pass. A tiered progression of customization rewards for gaining experience and completing certain objects during the course of a Battle Royale season. All modes of Fortnite are cross-platform play compatible, requiring users to use an Epic Games account for cross-saving between platforms. Well, shit. So many fucking microtransactions. Yeah, with those goddamn currencies and weapons. Yeah, even those goddamn characters, especially Ryu and Chun-Li from Street Fighter. Okay, what else to say? Well, Fortnite Save the World has been released 2 days after my 19th birthday. Yeah, July 25th, 2017. Yeah, the early access version of Fortnite. And then fully released on June 29th, 2020. So do I really give a shit about the Fortnite game? Well, not the fuck really, no. But I gotta say that the controls and the graphics look sharp as hell. That doesn't change my opinion on Fortnite. Yeah, that game was announced that Fortnite had sold over 500,000 digital pre-order copies on July 26, 2017. And the following month, August 18th of that year, Epic confirmed that Fortnite had surpassed over 1 million players. Metacritic gave PC, PS4, and Xbox One between 78, 81, and 85. Well, the scores are fucking good. I remember seeing videos of kids on YouTube getting caught by their parents on the internet via playing it while they're sick, faking sick. Yeah, playing Fortnite at school on their bedtime, sneaking out in any which way. Just in case if they're fucking punished for something, just to play that fucking overly hyped up game. Oh, don't even get me started with the fucking rabid fan base of that damn franchise, because all they said is that Fortnite is the best fucking game ever. Lock it right now or you're grounded. Ain't nobody want to hear that shit. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, if you love Nintendo and M&M's, I would not recommend to get both of the damn versions of M&M's kart racing on a Nintendo DS or the Wii. Stick with the candies and other better merchandise that had anything to do with M&M's. And as for Fortnite, well, it's up to you if you want to keep playing it, so your opinion is tolerated if you like Fortnite. Especially after I ran it on this overrated piece of fucking trash! Alright, peeps. An 18th triple Rant House installment is on the fucking clock. So the first segment is Ladybird Lou, the curriculum version in Wally Universal's World of Curriculum and Rapper Offline. God damn it, I don't know why I say Wally Warner. When he has his new last name changed. Fuck you, pencil neck. Okay, and the second segment is Alexander, a 2004 epic historical drama film based on the life of ancient Macedonian general and King Alexander the Great, co-written and directed by Oliver Stone and starred Colin Farrell. And the third segment is the damn USA version of The In-Betweeners developed by Brad Copeland for MTV. Okay, so how bad are Lady Bird Lou and those two bad medias are? Well, let's go dig in and find out. Yeah, as such, I meant that you peeps have the right to watch someone else's gameplay while I start rambling on them. Oh my god. Alright, where the hell do I begin with Lady Bird Lou, that fucking pipsqueak? Okay, well... Alright, according to Rhonda Raven and Wally Universal himself, Lady Bird Lou is a cartoon villain from the Curriculum universe. So back in April 1st of this year, which we should forget about afterwards, Lady Bird Lou hacked into the Curriculum social media accounts and then hijacked into the Em and Trev podcast. And then in an episode, The Life of Emily and Trevor, Lady Bird Lou tied Emily and Trevor King up and gagged them into the basement. Then back in August 19th, 2024, after Anxiety got evicted from TEG 1994's Big Brother Season 2, Lady Bird Lou has been chosen to evict Cindy Jeffries, which made the Curriculum fans very upset about it. Okay, so now let me tell you about this, about that troublemaker. Okay, Lady Bird Lou hacked the Curriculum social media accounts. What the fuck is wrong with her? I cannot believe that she hacked into the goddamn social media accounts of Curriculum. Didn't she realize that she would get arrested for hacking? and hijacked into Ian and Trev podcast. Oh my gosh, she could have gotten arrested to the goddamn juvenile detention center with Brian and Emma. Yeah, wouldn't you believe that shit? Emily and Trevor were gagged into the basement by Ladybird Lou. What the hell? Kidnapping? Kidnapping ain't gonna do shit. So why the hell would that solve a problem? Do you think that having Emily and Trevor King put in a ransom? Okay, then back on August 19th. Okay, Ladybird Lou chose to evict Cindy Jeffries. Well, it may not be that much of a big deal, but well, it sure is a very big deal for the curriculum fans, which drove all the curriculum fans crazy. Well, anyways, my fellow peeps, I hope that curriculum is back on track after all that bullshit that Ladybird Lou caused. Because if Ladybird Lou would keep this shit up, she will end up in a juvenile detention center. Okay, that's all I gotta say about this troublemaking little pipsqueak. Okay. Alexander, yeah, this fucking movie is based on Robin Lane Fox. Yeah, the Alexander is great by Robin Lane Fox. So the plot is, around 285 BC, Ptolemy Soter Basileus and Pharaoh of Ptolemaic Egypt narrates the life of Alexander. So he grows up with his mother Olympias and his tutor Aristotle, where he finds interest in love, honor, music, exploration, poetry, and military combat. His relationship with his father, Philip II of Macedon, is destroyed when Philip marries Atlao's niece, Eurydice. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, Alexander insults Philip after disowning Attalus as his kinsman, which results in Alexander's banishment from Philip's palace. Oh, that is fucked in the ass, peeps. That is fucked in the ass. Okay, after Philip is assassinated, Alexander becomes king of Macedonia. Ptolemy mentions Alexander's punitive campaign in which he razes Thebes, also referring to the later burning of Persepolis, then gives an overview of Alexander's West Persian campaign, including his declaration as the son of Zeus by the oracle of Anum at Siwa Oasis, his great battle against the Persian Emperor Darius III in the Battle of Gaugamela, and his 8-year campaign across Asia. I don't know how interesting this turns out to be. Okay, Alexander's most private relationships are these with his childhood friend Bagoas, and his later wife Roxana. Okay, Bagoas compares Alexander to Achilles, to which Alexander replies that motherfucker to Patroclus when... Okay, I'm just gonna have to skip that paragraph because I cannot pronounce that fucking word right, motherfucker! After initial objection from his soldiers, Alexander convinces them to join him in his final and bloodiest battle, the Battle of Hydaspes. Fuck. He is severely injured with an arrow but survives and is celebrated. Later on, Bagoas succumbs to typhus, carried with him from India, and dies, deeply saddening Alexander. During his symbolism in Babylon, Alexander falls unconscious after downing a large bowl of wine. On his deathbed, Bagoas grieves as Alexander's generals to begin to split up his kingdom and fight over the ownership of his body. Okay, in 285 BC, Ptolemy admits to his scribe that he, along with the other officers, had indeed poisoned Alexander just to spare themselves from any future conquests or consequences. However, he has it recorded that Alexander died due to illness compounded in his overall weakened condition. He then goes on to end his memoirs with praise to Alexander. Ptolemy's memoirs of Alexander were eventually burned, lost forever with the other scrolls of the Library of Alexandria by the end of the Roman Empire. Wow, that is really deep and sad to know. But you want to know what's also sad about this fucking shit? Rotten Tomatoes gave this film an approval rating of 16% based on 206 reviews, with an average of rating of 4 out of 10. This website's critical consensus states, even at nearly 3 hours long, this ponderous, talky, and emotionally distant biopic fails to illuminate Alexander's life. Okay, on Metacritic, the film was weighed average a score of 40 out of 100 based on 42 critics, indicating mixed or average reviews. Audiences polled by CinemaScore gave the film an average grade of D+ on an A to F scale. And I just heard that the American reaction was negative. Yeah, while it performed well in Europe, it grossed $167 million worldwide against a $155 million budget, thus making it a commercial failure. Yeah, I really don't fucking like that shit. This film fucking sucks. Okay, you wanna know what also fucking sucks? The goddamn American TV series version of the infant fucking tweeners. Yeah, an American television sitcom developed by Brad Copeland for MTV, and the show stars Joey Polari, Bubba Lewis, Mark L. Young, and Zach Perlman. Okay, this show is a remake of the original British series of the same name, written and created by Damon Beasley and Ian Morris, who served as executive producers along Copeland, Aaron Kaplan, and Lauren Cola. Okay, so let's see. There are only like 12 episodes, one season. Yeah, nothing lasted up to a goddamn year. Okay, Will McKenzie is a new student at Grove High, a suburban public school. He has transferred from a private school due to his mother not having enough money for his private school fees because his father left his mother for his much younger secretary. Wow, way to start the fucked up series with the most heartbreaking shit. Will has 3 new friends, Simon Cooper, Jay Cartwright, and Neil Sutherland. All 4 are unpopular virgins who want to gain popularity and improve their sex lives. At Jay's suggestion, the group skips school and Will buys vodka from a liquor store which they drink. Simon spray paints "I love Carly D'Amato" on the drive in front of the house of Carly, whom he has been attracted to since they were both 8. She invites him to her house that evening when her parents will be out. He brings Will, but the duo leave a drunken Simon vomits all over Carly's 8-year-old brother. Oh my fucking god! And Will scares the child by talking to him about terrorism. Simon's parents and Will's mother confront their sons after their wrongdoings. Will claims that he skipped school due to being bullied. This episode is based on First Day and Bunk Off, the first 2 episodes of the original UK series. Okay, I cannot bear with this. So yeah, pilot, Sunshine Mountain, club code, reading gives you wings, spa time, whatever. Yeah, those 12 episodes didn't last long. I wonder if every episode suck ass. Yeah, which was spawned from August 20th through November 5th, 2012. Well, you want to know why is that? Well, because that fucking shit show was canceled after 1 season due to poor ratings and reviews. However, the Metacritic gave this series a score of 62 out of 100 based on 9 reviews, indicating generally favorable reviews. The American version is extremely unpopular with the viewers from the UK, with many newspapers reported it had flopped. It was listed by Metro as one of the top 10 British comedies whose US remakes have flopped. Yeah, I heard that on July 3rd, 2012, it was announced that the US adaptations of In-Betweeners, the movie, was in the works. However, following the cancellation of the series, the film was never produced. On August 22nd, 2013, Jim Field Smith was initially revealed to be directing the American adaptation of the British film. but no further developments have taken place. Any involvement with the project is unknown. Wow, fucking tough crowd for MTV, right? So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, Lady Bird Loose should be lucky that she ain't ended up in the fucking juvenile detention center like childish dad's disrespectful kids have. Yeah, I've done said that shit earlier, so I don't understand why I gotta say that shit again sometimes. That troublemaking pipsqueak should have quit her shit before she is going to be next to go to the fucking juvie. And for that Alexander 2004 film, I have no idea if you're still down with watching after I rented on this piece of shit movie. And as for the In-Betweeners USA, just don't bother with it. It's not as entertaining as the USA version of The Office. Stick with the UK version of the In-Betweeners. No wonder why the USA version didn't last long. Why are almost every single Disney live-action remakes, or if not, every single of them, get so much hate out of almost Disney fans? I may sound like I'm one of those haters, but I don't hate Disney in general, but it sure is far up there. Anyways, peeps, I'm gonna go through several websites to read out why those remakes suck while you sit back, relax, and watch somebody else's gameplays like every fucking episode or some shit. Okay, so according to the website that is lewispierce.medium.com, and it says, why the Disney live-action remakes are mostly terrible, and what the House of Mouse should do moving forward. Okay, so let's read this. Wherever you go, you will experience a form of Disney, whether it is the hundreds of licensed IP they have, or the merchandise they sell, or even the television channels they own. It is hard to miss their influence on many aspects of popular media, as arguably one of, if not the largest corporation in the world potentially in history. All eyes tend to be on what the next move will be from the company. Yeah, those are true fucking facts in this motherfucker. Yeah, you got that right, Lewis. However, there are so many parts to Disney, it is hard to keep track of what is going on at any one time. However, arguably its oldest and most loved aspect is the original stories that they have told throughout their esteemed existence. Yo, no shit. Everybody knows the classic princess tales of Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, and Snow White, or the acclaimed animation blueprints like The Jungle Book, Lady and the Tramp, and Dumbo, and people will always consume these stalwarts of childhood entertainment, no matter the age, on Disney+. Yeah, I see it. The issue is Disney are struggling to come up with new ideas, and have therefore become less popular, especially with the rise of other animation studios and other more successful children's fare. Well, are they running out of ideas to make sequels as well? So when you are intellectually bankrupt in an ever-moving business, what would you do? You double down, of course. Well, holy fuck. It all started with The Maleficent in 2014, starring Angelina Jolie as the titular villain, or hero in this case. The film attempted to tell a different story, taking liberties with the original fairy tale to create a new potential classic. This is admirable, as at least this represents an original idea, although based on pre-existing materials. Yeah, perhaps. It even did well enough with audiences to warrant a sequel, which was released in 2019 and received a lukewarm reception. But at the end of the day, Disney were showing they were willing to touch their finest works, no matter the risk of running the original's charm. This is where the rot began to begin. Oh fuck, now we're going to get cursed. Since the original Maleficent arrived, not including the sequel, there have been 12 live-action Disney remakes and a few new spins on the original source material, such as Christopher Robin and Cruella, which felt like a less magical version of the Angelina Jolie Disney movie. Some of the films The Jungle Book as one example, have exactly been received rather well, as they found the perfect balance between sticking to the original story beats and expanded on things which work. Most of the other films released, however, received middling to dejected reviews, with many feeling like these releases were heartless or boring or lacking the original beauty experienced by many. Yeah, well, I don't know how fucking magical can this get. The issue with adapting these classics is that, really, you can't capture lightning in a bottle twice. The reason why the original animations were so beloved was the stories, but also the animation medium allowing more personality and soul into a piece of work. It is hard to try and, for example, capture the same magic on display in The Lion King in live action. Sure, the animals may look hyper-realistic and the CGI might be groundbreaking, but to bring something to live action in an attempt at making it grounded, you cannot do within the animated fairy tale or tale in general, as either it loses the realism or is no longer justified, or it just becomes so realistic that it becomes a slog. Alright, let's hear the solution. Yeah, from Lewis Pearson, the Medium website. My solution? If you are struggling to find original concepts are relying on stories already told, why not look to the sequels? Disney have a knack of making sequels to their animation classics. Yep, including Pixar. Yeah, and even Inside Out too. However, usually they are both poor in quality visually, talent-wise, and story-wise. However, because most of these films were directed to DVD/video, not many people will have saw them, if not only means the stories will be fresh, because they are less known, but also means they can take more liberties with their narrative, improving on elements that audiences were not fond of, perhaps even rewriting large sections to make the whole world more appealing. Yeah, I see. And with all that being said, Disney have even more live-action remakes lined up in the next few years, so it appears that despite diminishing returns on a lot of going straight to Disney+, they would rather persist with something that doesn't work rather than try to fix the problem. I guess that is the problem when you have more money than sense. Yeah, money blind, right? Money blind much? Okay, according to Austin Fortier writer, yeah, the writer Austin Fortier from the Talon online news website, this viewer writes, The Little Mermaid releasing theaters in May 26 has prompted me into looking back on old Disney films. And from this, I have realized how truly terrible some of those Disney animated reimaginings are. Live-action movie adaptations have only kept being produced due to how easy of a cash grab they are. The live-action version of Mulan grossed $100 million. Cinderella grossed $524 million. Aladdin, The Lion King, Alice in Wonderland, and Beauty and the Beast live-action adaptations all made out $1 billion individually. Disney is proving through these films that nostalgia sells, and it will keep selling no matter how terrible the product is. So Disney can give a fuck less about how negative the reviews are? Mulan, for me, is the worst of the Disney live-action animated remakes. Yeah, I can't blame you, Austin. For starters, the movie is already missing one of the most important characters on the plot, Mushu. Mushu? Are you fucking serious? Well, no wonder why Disney gets so much hate when it comes to live-action remakes. Mushu is an extremely iconic character that brings to life to the animated version of Mulan, not just being a comedic relief and interesting character, but an important piece to the plot and an active participant in the final act of the movie. The character being removed from the film effectively destroyed the endings of the story so many found enjoyable. Mushu was stabbed in the back by Disney. God damn, I really hate to see Eddie Murphy's reaction towards this. Okay, next up is the Sydney Morning Herald website. Okay, this viewer writes, okay, Nick Basson, sorry for not pronouncing it right. Yeah, this viewer writes, please make it stop. Disney's live-action remakes are ruining childhoods. Okay, and he said this. This isn't easy to admit, but when I was a teenager, before I discovered how cruel and unforgiving life could be, I collected Disney character figurines. That's right, there were gorgeous little porcelain totems to movies that I loved, especially the Aladdin, The Little Mermaid, The Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, A Whole New World in Aladdin, was the most romantic song I've ever heard. The French chef stereotype in The Little Mermaid cracked me up. I was 16, a little old to be collecting Disney figurines. I don't know. Was I the coolest kid in high school? Hard to say. Probably. But I do know is that aside from some insensitives that don't play in 2023, those movies hold up. They're still fun and funny and heartwarming. The remakes, however, are the exact opposite. The insensitivities are gone, which is nice. But so is any storytelling element that might evoke the human emotion other than fear and rage. Well, I'll be damned. When I say remakes, I am not really including the reboots and reimaginings and spin-offs like Alice in Wonderland, Maleficent, and Cruella movies that try to take the original stories into a new direction. I'm talking about The Little Mermaid, which comes to this week and features Halle Berry as Ariel. Sorry about that. As far as I could tell from the trailer, she's got a great voice and will nail the songs. But look at Sebastian the Crab. Look at Flounder the Fish. Look how they massacred my boys. Your boys. Sorry. Real-life crabs are not aesthetically pleasing. They look like monsters. They appear to have stuck a pin in Flounder and sucked all the cute cuddliness out of him because he appears to be not well. Well, fuck. And if you made the mistake of watching the Kiss the Girl teaser, well, then you probably haven't slept because it is terrifying. I would take the plastic bug-eyed animatronic flounder from 2019 TV movie The Little Mermaid Live over these cursed sea beasts. Well, I see. I feel your fucking pain. I really feel your pain, Nick. Okay, one more stop on the website, and that is CNET. And this viewer, Mark Searles, writes, Disney's live-action remakes are cursed abominations. They're spoiling the classics for a whole new generation of children. Well, damn. Okay. So, Mark Searles said this. My 9-year-old son grabbed the remote, fired up the old Disney Plus, and started scrolling. He landed on Pinocchio. Not the Pinocchio released in 1940, oh no. Not the movie film critic Leonard Maltin called the apex of animation. Not the movie that regularly hits the top 10 and best movies ever made lists. No, my son wanted to watch the new Pinocchio, the live-action remake currently front and center on the Disney Plus homepage. The Pinocchio that skipped theaters and went straight to streaming. The Pinocchio currently sitting at the world-beating 22% on Rotten Tomatoes. He wanted the real Pinocchio. With the energy of unhinged boomer unleashed, I made a fuss. This was a remake, I explained. A soulless remake at that. He should watch the original. The beautifully hand-animated masterpiece. The timeless, perfectly crafted morality tale. Sorry about that. No, he replied with dead, crushed bugs for eyeballs. I want to watch the new Pinocchio. He didn't even pronounce it properly. He kept saying Pinocchio. Well, I can't blame either of them at all. Friends, we live in dark times. Disney is working through its back catalog of animated classics, stealing their souls one by one like an AI-driven, content-producing Grim Reaper. There was a Lion King, a movie so bad I can only assume it was bad on purpose. Then there was Mulan, a film that felt like a 2-hour trailer for a movie that was also somehow 2 hours long. Yeah, especially when Mushu was left behind in the remake version of Mulan. Even the Disney live-action movies that somehow stretch from god-awful into barely mediocre are still pretty damn bad. Beauty and the Beast, okay, I guess. Aladdin is arguably the best, but is still absolutely not good. Especially when compared with the source material, every one of them classics in their own right for unique reasons. Mulan, empowering and charming. Aladdin, boisterous and beguiling. The Lion King, classical and epic. Every single one of them reduced essentially to sludge. Movies that draw from the same palette. Movies that look the same, feel the same, and are, at best, conveyor belt products designed to generate revenue in the safest, most effective way possible. But the process works. That's the problem. It works a little too well. Children who have tiny caterpillars for brains and pre-programmed to have terrible taste. Left to their own devices, they will consume sugar, Roblox, and endless episodes of booba until potty trained to enjoy things that are actually good. Even my own flesh and blood broke my heart, telling me the old Lion King sucked, and the new one was much better. Well, damn. We're like the cars queuing up to see Kevin Costner's baseball field at the end of Field of Dreams. A Pavlovian response no one could quite explain. Free will does not exist. If Disney built it, we will come. We'll come for reasons we can't quite fathom. We'll turn up not knowing why we're doing it. We'll arrive as innocent as children, longing for the past. We'll pass over the money without even thinking about it. For it is money we have, peace, and we have and peace we lack, sorry. And god damn it, it'll be first in line, I just know it. I'll be first in line, I just know it. Fuck. Well, we can all see why almost every single Disney live-action remakes really fucked up the original franchise. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, I don't know whether or not you still find those remakes just as interesting as the original counterparts. Nah, I take that back. You wouldn't even find that interesting as the original. Especially after I rented this shit that's part of the fucking Disney franchise. No wonder why CNET claimed those remakes as cursed abominations. If you Disney fans find them as cursed abominations, then stay the fuck away from them and stick with the original versions. I sure as hell would do so too. Coyote vs. ACME is an American live-action animated legal comedy film directed by Dave Green and written by Sammy Birch, based on a story by Sammy Birch, James Gunn, and Jeremy Slater. This film is based on a 1990 magazine article, Coyote vs. ACME, published in a New Yorker by Ian Fraser, which is itself based on the cartoon character Wile E. Coyote and the Acme Corporation for the Looney Tunes and Merry Melody series of cartoons. Okay, so according to Alessandro Barcio and the Wikipedia page of it, this movie is remained unreleased because of the fact that current CEO David Zaslav never saw it at all. What the fuck? The movie remained unreleased because no one ever saw that shit? Well, it may look like a fucked up excuse, but shit. Let's just get over it. Let's just go over the fucking film. Okay, the cast includes John Cena, Will Forte, Lana Condor, PJ Byrne, Tone Bell, Martha Kelly, and the voice of Eric Bauza. Okay, so looks like we have a paragraph of an article or whatever the fuck it is. So let's just read it. Alright, after every product made by the Acme Corporation has backfired on Wile E. Coyote in his pursuit of a roadrunner. Oh, shit. Wile E. Coyote has a lot of trouble with all the goddamn Acme shit. So he just wasted it all on Roadrunner. Especially that damn bird seed. Yeah, I'm sure that Wile E. Coyote had a hard time trying to catch Roadrunner. So, what comes next? A down-and-out billboard human attorney represents Wile E. in his lawsuit to sue Acme. A growing friendship between Wile E. Coyote and his lawyer motivates their determination to win the court case, as it pits them against the intimidating boss of Wile E.'s lawyer's former law firm, who now represents Acme. Okay, so that's the plot. Nothing in this motherfucker, nothing else to talk about. Okay, you got me. Okay, so the development began in August 2018 with Chris McKay as a producer and John and Josh Silberman writing the screenplay. Green was hired to direct in December 2019, and Birch, Slater, and Gunn joined the following year. John Cena, Will Forte, and Lana Condor were cast in early 2022.
Live-action filming took place in New Mexico from March to May 2022. Okay, Warner Brothers Discovery shelved Coyote vs. ACME in November 2023 to obtain a $30 million tax write-off, making it the third film shelved by Warner Bros. After Batgirl and Scoob: Holiday Haunt. Following public backlash, Warner Bros. Allowed the filmmakers to shop the film to other distributors. In February of this year, following unsuccessful negotiations with potential buyers, Warner Brothers Discovery again considered shelving the film and claiming a tax loss. Although as of March 2024, it was reported by Birch that conversations within Warner Bros. Discovery were still ongoing as to whether or not the film would be released. Well, ain't that fucked up? A $70 million budget and had to get fucking canceled. Okay, so there's the more of the shit. In August 2018, Warner Bros. Pictures announced the development of a Wile E. Coyote project titled, yeah, I already saw that, with the Lego Batman movie director Chris McKay as producer and John and Josh Silverman. Wait a minute. I already said that. Yeah, I am reading the production tab in this fucking Wikipedia page, but there's got to be more of it. Okay, in November 2022, Foghorn Leghorn, Granny, Sylvester the Cat, Tweety were confirmed to be in the film. In December of 2022, Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Elmer fucking Fudd, and Yosemite Sam were also confirmed to be in the film. In January of last year, Porky Pig was also confirmed to be in the film. Editor Karsten Kerpanik described the film story as a David vs. Goliath story. Wow, a story of David and Goliath, but had to involve the fucking lawsuit? That tackles Wile E. Coyote's persistence in the face of Acme's corporation, cynical and casual cruelness of capitalism and corporate greed. Okay, he previously collaborated with Gunn on a DC Extended Universe. Wait, I mean, you mean Dave Green? Okay. Alright, in February of 2022, John Cena was cast as the film's main antagonist, described as a lawyer in defense of ACME, the former boss to Wile E. Coyote's lawyer. He previously collaborated with Gunn on the DC Extended Universe projects of Suicide Squad and Peacemaker. The following month, Will Forte and Lana Condor were added to the cast, with Forte starring as Wile E's lawyer. Alright, the principal photography took place in Albuquerque, New Mexico with Brendan Trust. Yeah, between March and May of 2022, serving as cinematographer. The creative team acknowledged Who Framed Roger Rabbit as a reference for the film's live-action interaction with animated characters. New Mexico Film Office Director Amber Dodson commented in a press release that the production would showcase our beautiful city as an already iconic location and set it in the Looney Tunes cartoons. The visual effects and computer animation were provided by DNEG for Wile E. Coyote and other significant Looney Tunes characters. According to Green, the animators aimed to replicate the characters' classic 2D finees, or whatever the fuck it is, by using the original Looney Tunes cartoons as a reference material and working closely with a team of 2D artists who found the building blocks of performance, withdrawn poses and expressions of the characters. Editor Karsten Kerpanik explained that artists would do black and white light drawings and key poses over a rough edit first, which were later used as a reference for visual effects and animation. This process was dubbed SketchViz by crew, bearing similarities to one of Warner Animation Group's previous films, Tom and Jerry. Traditional animation services were also provided by Duncan Studio for a handful of shots, with the significant Looney Tunes characters in the film and for certain Looney Tunes characters who were handled entirely in 2D. Okay, following the announcement of this film's initial cancellation, Stephen Price announced that he composed the film's score and shared a choir rendition of the Roadrunners' vocal effects entitled The Meep Meep Choir. Well, shit. Okay, so the release of this movie was planned to be theatrically released in the United States on July 21st, 2023. Oh shit. 2 days before my 25th birthday. So on April 26th, 2022, the studio indefinitely removed the film from its release schedule, replacing it with that fucking Barbie film. What the fucking hell? Yeah, the crew was not informed of the decision until after the film was completed. The move drew criticism from filmmakers, animation outlets, and talent representatives. Several filmmakers left angry phone calls with Warner Brothers expressing their frustration at the move. Others also canceled meetings with the studio. Many noted that the film had drawn praises at test screenings and interest from potential buyers. Director Dave Green voiced his disappointment over the film's cancellation, further emphasizing his love for the Looney Tunes and writing that we were all determined to honor the legacies of these historic characters and actually get them right. Okay, on November 13th, 2023, Puck reported Warner Brothers Discovery leaders had reversed their decision and allowed the filmmakers the option to shop the film to other distributors. As with the initial cancellation, the Ramp's report on the film's possible final cancellation drew online criticism. The hashtag release Coyote vs. ACME and hashtag save Coyote vs. ACME, along with other hashtags relating to it, started trending on February 9th, 2024, and continued to trend for the following weeks. Ballz addressed this in an improvised exchange between Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck during his speech of the 51st Annie Awards, with him saying, "Release Coyote vs. ACME" in Daffy's voice. Yeah, how fucking despicable.
What a sad and pathetic moment of Warner Bros. I was excited to see Coyote vs. ACME, and someone told me that it was cancelled. That's gay.
What did the Looney Tunes fans ever do to deserve this? Whatever it is, y'all better pray that the new series of Panty and Stocking doesn't go through the damn crapper like that movie did.
We can't believe that we got hyped up for nothing. We've looked like idiots.
That's just a damn shame the entire movie project didn't go well. How can Warner Bros. Stoop this low?
Okay, I see that Warner Bros. And the director had problems with Coyote vs. ACME just like Polly dangerously had problems with ECW, technical and financial issues much in this bitch.
I am very frustrated that Warner Bros. Scrapped the Coyote vs. ACME film as whole. This cancellation makes me want to mercilessly beat up my stupid ass kids like the motherfucking punching bags that they are.
So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, do you really think that this is considered some controversial shit or what? So, but really, yeah, that fucking movie canceled to be or not to be. That is the goddamn motherfucking question. Shit. Well, I got nothing else to say about it. That's all, peeps. Home Alone 3 is a 1997 prequel of the first Home Alone movie from 1990. It's a family comedy film directed by Raja Gosnell and his directorial debut, written and co-produced by John Hughes and starring Alex D. Linz and Haviland Morris. Oh yeah, it's also a sequel to Home Alone 2, Lost in New York from 1992. Okay, so it follows Alex Pruitt, an 8-year-old boy who defends his home from a dangerous band of international criminals working for a terrorist organization. Okay, so anyway, my fellow peeps, let's just get on with it to see whether I am joking or just bullshitting when it comes to some shitty Christmas movies like that. Okay. It is the third film in the Home Alone franchise. The only one not set during Christmas takes place right afterwards. And the first not to feature Macaulay Culkin, which is a fucking shame. Director Chris Columbus or composer John Williams, which is an instant letdown if you think about those two Home Alone films. Okay, so Raja had served as an editor on the first two Home Alone films. It is also the final film in the Home Alone franchise to receive a theatrical release. Okay, let's get on with the plot before we go all over this mumbo jumbo and all that shit. Like, yeah, developments and shit. Okay, the plot is Peter Buper, Alice Ribbons, Burton Jernigan, and Earl Unger are four internationally wanted criminals working for a Hong Kong-based terrorist organization linked to North Korea. In Silicon Valley, California, they steal a $10 million missile cloaking microchip and hide it inside a remote-controlled toy car to sneak it past security at San Francisco International Airport. However, a Chicago-bound elderly passenger named Mrs. Hess inadvertently takes the criminal's bag containing the car, mistaking it for her identical bag of bread. The criminals arrived in Chicago and systematically search every house in Mrs. Hess's suburban neighborhood to find a chip. Wow, what a fucking mistake to hide some shit and some toy's car. I would be damned if that shit happened. If some international criminal would hide some illegal shit in one of my video game consoles. Especially the fucking PlayStation 2 with that fucking hard disk drive insert in this motherfucker. How fucking stupid is that? Okay. 8-year-old Alex Pruitt is given the toy car by Mrs. Hess as a payment for shoveling her driveway. He returns home and discovers that he has chicken pox and must stay home from school. Oh man, I feel that kid's pain. The next day, Alex discovers the criminals while spying on his neighbors and involves the police, but they are unable to help. Alex attaches a camera to the car and uses it to spy on them, leading to the criminals chasing it when they spot it, wondering what they want with the toy car. Alex opens it and discovers the stolen chip. He calls the local U.S. Air Force Recruitment Center about the discovery and asks if they could forward the information about the chip to the right authorities. Okay, so Alex called the U.S. Air Force Recruitment Center about the fucking microchip inside of his toy car. Okay, the criminals realize that Alex has been watching them and decide to break into the Pruitt house. Alex rigs the house with handmade traps, with help from his pet rat Doris and his brother Stan's loudmouthed parrot. The criminals break in and suffer various injuries from the traps, while the quartet pursues Alex around the house. He flees and rescues Mrs. Hess, who has been duct taped to a chair in her garage by Ribbons. Buper ambushes Alex, but the latter uses a bubble gun resembling a Glock to scare him off. Whoa, holy shit. You better run, motherfuckers, because you don't fuck with that kid. FBI agents and the police later arrived and arrest Ribbons, Jernigan, and Unger, having received a tip from the recruitment center. However, Buper hides a makeshift snow fort in the backyard. Stan's parrot discovers him, threatens to light fireworks, which are lined around the inside. Buper offers a cracker in exchange for silence, but the parrot demands two. Okay, so what the fuck to do? Okay, since Peter has only one, the parrot lights the fireworks, alerting the authorities to his fucking location. Uh-oh, should've bring more than 2 pieces, Peter. You're fucking dead meat, huh? Okay, that evening, the Pruitts, Mrs. Hess, and the authorities hold a celebration for Alex as the Pruitt house is being repaired. With Alex's father, Jack, returning home from a business trip at the police department, the criminals are shown to have contracted Alex's chickenpox during their mugshots. Okay, so it sure is a decent ending, right, peeps? Alright, peeps, let's go over the fucking production. Home Alone 3 was pitched at the same time as Home Alone 2, and both films were meant to be produced simultaneously. However, those plans fell through. The idea for a third Home Alone movie was revived in the mid-1990s. Early drafts called for Macaulay Culkin to reprise the role of Kevin McAllister as a teen. However, by 1994, Macaulay had taken a hiatus from acting. As a result, the idea was reworked, centering on a new cast of characters. It was filmed in Chicago and Evanston, Illinois, with the airport scenes at the beginning of the film shot at 2 different concourses at O'Hare International Airport. Principal photography began on December 2nd, 1996, and filming concluded on March 22nd, 1997. Fox Family Films was the division of 20th Century Fox responsible for the production of the film. Okay then. Okay, the critical response is that on Rotten Tomatoes, Home Alone 3 holds an approval rating of 35% based on 26 reviews, with an average rating of 4.6 out of 10. This site's critical consensus reads, Macaulay Culkin's precocious, whatever the fuck it is, charisma is sorely missed in this hollow sequel, which doubles down on a bored comedy while lacking all the hallmarks that made the original a classic. Audiences polled by CinemaScore gave the film an average grade of B on an A to F scale. Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times gave the film 3 out of 4 stars and said that he found it to be fresh, very funny, and better than the first 2. And the film was nominated for a Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Remake or Sequel, losing to Speed 2 Cruise Control. Well, Roger Gosnell's very first film would have been, well, it is a fucking good start, but to me, I really do not like this fucking prequel. This movie is not as good as the first 2 Home Alone films. The box office of the film grossed over $79 million worldwide. This damn prequel was followed by a made-for-television sequel, Home Alone 4, Taking Back the House in 2002. Oh my fucking god, do not even get me started with any more of those Home Alone sequels, especially the fucking recent ones. Yeah, Home Alone 5, The Holiday Heist, Home Alone 6, Home Sweet Home Alone. Oh fuck. Don't even get me started with those goddamn games, especially the 2006 one for the PlayStation 2. Thank God it was never released outside of Europe. Well, it's a fucking piss-poor excuse of a prequel to left Macaulay Culkin behind. Chris Columbus not directing it. John Williams did not compose the fucking soundtrack. Yeah, and the only fucking movie not setting during Christmas. What a fucking shame, man. That is just a bastard of a fucking Home Alone movie. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, I do not know whether or not you find this movie interesting, just like the first 2 Home Alone films. But in my opinion, it's just a fucking swing and a miss. Because I'm just gonna stick with the first 2 Home Alone films and not worry about anything else that had anything to do with the goddamn franchise. Shit. The Nutcracker in 3D, also released as The Nutcracker, The Untold Story, is a 2010 3D Christmas musical fantasy film adapted from an 1892 ballet from The Nutcracker. Directed, co-written, and produced by Andrei Konchalovsky. The film stars Ellie Fanning, Nathan Lane, John Turturro, Francis de la Tour, Richard E. Grant, and Yulia Vysotskaya, with Charlie Rowe and Shirley Henderson as the Nutcracker. Well, anyways, set in 1920s Vienna, the plot follows a young girl who receives a magical doll that is revealed to be a prince and embarks on an adventure to save his kingdom from the Rat King. Well, how bad this fucking movie could get? Well, let's get on with it to find out. Okay, in the 1920s, Vienna, during the Christmas season, Mary lives with her parents, Joseph and Louise, and her younger brother, Max.
While Joseph and Louise attend a party on Christmas Eve, Mary's uncle Albert arrives and gives both her and Max a dollhouse. And NC, a Nutcracker doll, whom she takes a liking to. That night, NC comes to life in front of Mary and grows to a human height. NC tells her that he must talk to his friends in the dollhouse, which is in the sitting room by the Christmas tree. Well, the fucking Nutcracker doll can talk in this motherfucker? They go downstairs, and Mary finds that the sitting room has grown to such size that they appear to be the height of toys. In the dollhouse, Mary meets NC's friends, Jill Good. Shit, I really hate it when I don't pronounce proper names or shit. Okay, Jill Good, a gentlemanly chimpanzee, Tinker, a pernickety opera singer, and Styx, a drummer boy. Now you're just reminding me of a fucking drummer boy from the Dragon Ball Z sketch in Robot Chicken. Okay, after climbing the Christmas tree, Mary meets the Snow Fairy, who resembles her mother. The Snow Fairy says that NC is actually a prince who had his kingdom taken over by the anthropomorphic Rat King and his mother, the Rat Queen, who turned him into a nutcracker. Oh, this is fucked up beyond belief. She temporarily turns NC back into a boy due to Mary's belief, and the two dance before finding his city. Since NC was turned into a nutcracker, the Rat King has been oppressing his people and forcing them to work in factories where the children's toys are burnt to form dark clouds over the city to block out sunlight, which he is afraid of. Oh my god, please don't fucking remind me that Pencil Neck is gonna do the same thing, but 69 times worse. Hopefully not. Mary suggests that they destroy the factories to scare him away. Unbeknownst to them, two of the Rat King's spies tell the Rat King that NC is alive and a boy again. The Rat Queen turns NC back into a nutcracker, then sends the Rat Dogs, a pack of robotic Rottweilers, to cut down the Christmas tree. When the tree falls, Mary wakes up in her own bed and runs downstairs to get NC. Her parents do not believe when she tells him the events of the night. Oh, stranger danger in this motherfucker? Or is it worse than a stranger danger? I'm not sure, but this is getting really fucky right here. The next evening, NC comes to life again and attempts to round up an army to fight against the Rat King. Max wakes up and agrees to join the fight. NC goes downstairs, ahead of the siblings to gather his friends, but is kidnapped. When Mary and Max go downstairs, they find that NC, Tinker, and Styx are being held captive in the fireplace by the Rat King and his minions, who kidnap the toys and lure Max back to the city. Oh, fucking hell, this is all fucked up beyond belief. I did say that again, but fuck! Okay, Mary discovers Jill Good, who evaded capture, and they find a portal to the city in the house's attic. After stealing disguises from a rat, search for their friends, they find the Rat King and Max in the city center where toys are being taken from children to be burned. Horrified, Max asks to be returned home, but the Rat King imprisons him in his castle. They sneak into one of the smoke factories where they find Styx, Tinker, and apparently lifeless NC. Mary rescues NC from being burnt and says that she loves him, which breaks the curse. Wow, telling a doll that you love him or her or you love it really turns the entire curse all the fuck around? I never saw that coming. Okay, so Mary rescues NC from being burned and says that she loves him, which breaks the curse, restoring his life and into being a boy permanently. The factory workers, seeing their prince alive, begin to fight back against the rats while Mary and NC attempt to shut down the factory. The Rat King and Queen board a helicopter, kidnapping Mary and Max. Jill Good and NC take case and fight the King while Max lands the aircraft in a pile of toys. The King and Queen revert to their original rat forms and flee into the sewers. NC is crowned king and peace is restored in the kingdom as everyone celebrates. The Snow Fairy reappears and says that it is time for Mary to return home, though she is reluctant to leave. Before she departs, NC promises that they will meet again. Okay, so this is some fucking fairy tale shit, isn't it? Okay, Mary wakes up in her room while her parents apologize for their earlier criticisms and promise to spend more time with her. She goes downstairs to Uncle Albert, who introduces her to his new neighbor, a boy her age, who resembles the Nutcracker prince and asks to be called NC. They become friends and go ice skating together. Okay, so now I got the plot out of the way. Let's just talk about the production. Okay, director Konchalovsky stated that the film has been his dream project for over 20 years. Over 20 years? Well, I'll be damned. He was inspired to adapt it into 3D for several reasons. He believed that the format would be useful in conveying the fantastical nature of the material, capture the emotions of CGI characters, and appealing to a family audience. At the same time, he opted to adapt it with no ballet sequences because, according to him, ballet cannot work in cinema very well. Ballet cannot work in cinema very well? Well, that sounds a little sexist, if you ask me. Okay, Konchalovsky gave the Velez rats Nazi-like qualities in this production, one of the many elements of the adaptation which alienated both critics and audiences. Okay, so, am I gonna have to stop there, or is it just something getting fucking worse? Well, in December 2020, VEB filed a lawsuit against the producers for unpaid loans, totaling $127.8 million US dollars, claiming that they had withheld proceeds from ticket sales. Wow, that's fucking bad business here. Okay, so the fucking score? Well, is the score really that good, or is it just that bad? I don't give a shit, because I listen to fucking heavy metal, man. Yeah, the soundtrack would sound good. Okay, so the film was first screened at the European Film Market on February 5th, 2009, and it was released in Hungary on December 8th, 2012, in the UK, December 28th. Yeah, 30 days before the fucking new year of 2013. Okay, so the film bought in a total of over $20 million worldwide, over half of which came from Russia, with a loss of over $73 million. So the critical response is that on Rotten Tomatoes, the film has a rare approval rating of 0% out of 32 reviews, with an average rating of 2.96 out of 10. 0% from Rotten Tomatoes. Oh, son of a bitch! Talk about a spoiled Rotten Tomato in this motherfucking movie. This son of a bitch-ass movie ain't shit. The site's consensus reads misguided, misconceived, and misbegotten on every level. The Nutcracker in 3D is stunning, exercising astonishing cinematic wrong-headedness. On Metacritic, it has a weighted average score of 18 out of 100 based on 18 reviews, indicating overwhelming dislike. Metacritic later ranked it the worst limited release film of 2010. Wow, I did not know that this fucking piece of shit movie would stoop that ass low. Or stooped its ass low. Roger fucking Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times gave it 1 out of 4 stars and asked, for what dark night of the soul emerged that the wretched idea for the Nutcracker in 3D? Roger Ebert went on to claim as one of those rare holiday movies that may send children screaming under their seats. Damn. So I just heard on the Wikipedia page of this fucking shitty ass movie is that are often arrested but seemingly straight out of Schindler's List. So is it like a rip off of Schindler's List? Wow, and I cannot believe that they have won, that this movie won on one of the worst shittiest categories. Metacritic's Best and Worst Films of 2010. The Nutcracker in 3D won the Worst Limited Release Film of 2010, nominated for Worst Eye-Gouging Misuse of 3D. And Ellie Fanning won the Best Young Actress in the... No, wait, she was nominated for the Young Artist Awards of 2011. So you know what? I'm done with that, because this movie is just a piece of shit. It's just as worse than Home Alone 3. So in conclusion, I cannot believe that I just ranted on 2 Christmas movies that ain't shit. Well, peeps, I don't know if you still want to watch that movie. Well, I'm not going to judge you for that. But as of myself, I'm staying the fuck away and watch a better Christmas movie like Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights. Yeah, even though I'm doing some kind of Christmas related aftermath by ranting on the Nutcracker in 3D, but better late than never. By the way, I still fucking hate Christmas aftermaths. Dangerous is a 2021 action thriller film directed by David Hackle and starring Scott Eastwood, Tyrese Gibson, Famke Janssen, Kevin Durand, and Mel Gibson. This film was released on November 5th, 2021. And also the damn the smartphones that don't come with power adapters, or in that case, the wall chargers. Yeah, that's just not a good thing to sell anyone at electronic stores. Which is the damnedest stupid idea I have ever heard. So looks like we have the 3rd installment of a double rant house this fucking season. So anyway, my fellow peeps, let's get on with those pieces of shit. Okay, so the plot goes like this. Dylan Forrester, a psychopath and former assassin, is suppressing his instincts and taking mood stabilizer medication lithium, which is incorrectly described on the bottle in the movie. Supervised by Dr. Alderwood, he dodges his parole to travel to Guardian Island, an island owned by his family, to reconcile after the sudden death of his brother, Sean. Yeah, that really sucks. His mother, Linda Forrester, despises him for his true nature and encourages him to leave. Meanwhile, Agent Shaughnessy is trying to track Dylan down for dodging his parole, but believing he's too dangerous. Sheriff McCoy, Guardian Island Sheriff, discovers Dylan is a wanted fugitive and arrests him and locks him in the island's bunker. Wow, that fucking getaway didn't go too well, huh? Okay. A fixer named Cole lands on the island with his crew of mercenaries and kills Sheriff McCoy. Uh-oh, talk about fuck the police! A hotel employee named Joe hears the attack and teams up with Dylan to escape, letting him go. When Cole's crew raid the house, one of his crew is knocked out by Dylan after calling the crew informing that Dylan escaped. The crew leave the house to search for Dylan, and he returns to the house and helps his family protect themselves. So what did Dylan do afterwards? He killed 2 of Cole's crew and has suspicions that Sean was hiding something in the house that led Cole to the island. And he claims that nobody on the island is of importance to him, that he only wants what's on the island. Dylan and the survivors find a secret passage set up by Sean. So Dylan realizes that Sean partnered with Cole to buy the island, believing something valuable is here. The family enters the passage and discovers a Japanese submarine containing Yamashita's gold stolen during World War II. Oh my fucking god, Yamashita's gold? Well, everyone in Japan were looking for it, was it? Correct me if I'm fucking wrong, peeps. Okay, back to the fucking movie. Cole's mercenaries find a secret lair and the shootout begins. Macy and Dylan fight back against the mercenaries using one of the submarine's deck guns. Cole holds Linda at gunpoint and forces Dylan to help him steal the gold. Macy tries to shoot Cole with the deck gun, but Cole kills him instead. Dylan refuses Cole and throws the gold that he tried to steal into the water. Ah, damn it, now they're missing even fucking harder. Harder, that's what she said, right? They are ambushed by Agent Shaughnessy, who's shot and wounded by Cole, and he tries to throw Linda into the water, and she's left hanging from a platform. Uh-oh, that's not good. Dylan stabs Cole to death and throws him into the water and saves his mother. The survivors leave the island and Dylan takes some of the gold. Dylan bids farewell to Dr. Alderwood at the phone call and dumps his mood-stabilizing medication into the ocean. Well, that's it? That's the fucking end of this shit? Okay, my fellow peeps, so according to Miko the Ninjago Fan 2024, yeah, it was one of the worst movies of 2021. Okay, so what else is so fucking bad? Okay, according to Google, IMDb was given a rating of 5.2 out of 10 and Rotten Tomatoes of 30%. Okay, so according to the IMDb website, I'm at the fucking review section of this movie, and it says, worst film I have seen in 2021. According to Horror Flick Fanatic, he quote, I really want to see Scott Eastwood get better roles, perhaps because I am a fan of his father, Clint. He looks so much like his old man and even sounds like him. I just want to see this guy succeed. Having said that, this film is terrible. Holy cow, is it bad. It's more like a dark comedy spoofing thriller movies than a legit thriller. Mel Gibson does all of his lines behind a desk or on a phone like a dial-up psychologist. Terrible, terrible, terrible film. Yeah, so fucking terrible indeed. But, yeah, it may be a mediocre film, but this is not mediocre good. Okay, my fellow peeps, now let's get on with the fucking items that don't come with a power adapter. Okay, according to Google AI, many modern electronic devices, particularly smartphones and other small gadgets, now often do not come with a dedicated power adapter included in the box. With companies like Apple and Samsung leading the trend to reduce electronic waste by encouraging users to reuse existing adapters, they may already have. Examples include new iPhones, Samsung Galaxy phones, smartwatches, wireless earbuds, fitness trackers. Most of these devices to be charged using a standard USB-C cable plugged into the readily available power adapter. Oh, come on. Whether or not this is fucking greedy of those companies that came up with that stupid idea. Okay, key points to remember. Sustainability initiative. The primary reason manufacturers are not including power adapters is to minimize electronic waste by assuming users already have compatible chargers at home. Oh, come on, whether or not they have compatible chargers at home, they should have the fucking goddamn AC adapters. They should have always been included in the fucking box. And check the packaging. Always check the product packaging carefully to see if a power adapter is included before purchasing. Well, they should always include the goddamn charger. They should always include the wall charger. Alternative charging methods. Some devices may support wireless charging, which also doesn't require a traditional power adapter, but you would need to purchase a separate wireless charging pad. Damn. Okay, according to Reset Era, Sacrilegious said, I remember a lot of people were rightfully upset when Nintendo excluded the AC adapter in the 3DS XL. I just bought a 1000 MSRP smartphone, and it also doesn't come with an AC adapter. I didn't hear a peep this time. It is for a well-known mainstream, widely discussed phone. My laptop charger has to double duty because somehow spending 4 figures on the phone still doesn't give you the basic essentials. Was I just unlucky, or is this becoming standard now? Well, according to Apple and Samsung, it's fucking standard to them. Okay, and according to Porky Pixel and the Reset Era website, as USB devices become ubiquitous and people increasing buy third-party chargers anyway for fast charging or multiple ports, companies are going to want to use that as an excuse to reduce their packaging size and the BOM of each SKU, cut down on waste, and upsell adapters as accessories. The 3DS was super dumb because it used a
arbitrary plug, but more and more people are just going to be used to stockpiling spare USB-C chargers around the house. So this will definitely be a pain point for people buying their first whatever, but the trade-off eventually is going to be millions fewer unneeded adapters being manufactured and shipped and packaged and disposed of. So, yeah, Apple and Samsung are just doing it to reduce costs. Well, it don't fucking matter when it comes to needing chargers. God damn, isn't that fucking stupid? Just as stupid as Apple removing the fucking headphone jack in one of the iPhone models. Well, what if the damn USB wall chargers are fucking malfunctioned and cannot be worked properly? What if we lose the wall chargers? What if it got damaged in any which way, especially pouring water on them? Do you think the wall chargers are privileged items? Fuck no, man! This is a necessity item that requires all the gadgets and smartphones and even laptops that we have to charge just to get the batteries getting full up to 100%. That's bullshit! That is terrible business shit! That's not how this thing goes! That's not how selling works! It's like having a fucking GameCube or a PlayStation 2, but it only comes with just the console itself. No controllers, no power adapters, no fucking AV cable. You had to go to the fucking store or on the internet to order the controllers, the memory cards, the AC adapters, and the AV out. That's fucking horse shit. Inhumane much? So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, I really do not know whether or not that you still want to watch that dangerous 2021 film after renting this fucking movie. And as for the damn gadgets that don't come with the USB wall chargers, and the quote of the comic book guy for The Simpsons, worst idea ever. This idea from Samsung and Apple could kiss my fucking ass! Okay, my fellow peeps, looks like we have a 19th triple Rant House installation coming on this fucking week. So the first segment is grammar shaming. Second segment is toxic masculinity. And number 3 is Sarah from the Ed, Edd and Eddy show. Yeah, I just heard that this character shows no remorse to Ed or two of the other Eds. At what fucking purpose, peeps? Well, anyway, my fellow peeps, let's get on with them. Okay, starting off with grammar shaming. Yeah, that really is just out of line in this motherfucker. Well, grammar shaming is like a fucking crime to me because I really do not know whether people have good English or they just have broken English that they don't know nothing as of yet. Any foreigner who speaks broken English are doing the most they could to just speak fluent English and other shit. I don't know what's going on nowadays. So grammar shaming, grammar Nazi, spelling Nazi, or grammar pendant or spelling pendant is a term for a pendant who compulsively criticizes or corrects other grammar's mistakes, typos, misspellings, and other errors in speech or writing, but in a very fucked up way most of the time. The term organized in 1990s discussion forums as a way to insult those who overtly correct others' grammar. Grammar Nazis often reflect literally see privilege. The term is often criticized for being a light-hearted use of the word Nazi. Grammar Nazis are often criticized themselves for being rude or harsh. Yeah, this is just fucked in the ass, man.
You know what? I don't think I should be saying Nazi in the rest of the fucking video. Okay, with the spread of social media, grammar shamers have become more common, as it is easier than ever to correct typos and misspellings. Grammar shamers are particularly prevalent on Facebook, Reddit, and X. Facebook, more like fuckbook! Okay, one aspect for grammar shamers that is often criticized is their insistence of grammatical purism. Grammar shamers strictly adhere to traditional grammar rules. However, their focus on minute details detracts from effective communication. These pedants fail to recognize the many dialects of English or any of the fucking various foreign language. Yeah, the dialects of English such as African American English as correct. This can exhibit racism or classism. They fail to acknowledge the difference between standard and linguistic grammar. Grammar shamers strictly adhere to etymological fallacy, goddammit, and fail to recognize that words can have separate and formal meanings. Okay, the bogus rules is that many grammar pedants will rely on incorrect or outdated grammatical rules. Languages change over time, and formal grammar, it is not the only correct manner of speaking and writing. Controversial grammar is incredibly different. For example, a grammar shamer would be against using split infinitives, even though they are grammatically correct and perfectly acceptable conversationally. Fucking perfectionist bullshit. Okay, ethical critiques. Calling a grammar shamer as such is given a word a lot more lighthearted, meaning that context. Many argue that this is not an ethical practice. Regarding the atrocities committed by those fucking peace disturbers during World War II, additionally, correcting people's grammar compulsively is oftentimes rude. These pedants can also be racist by not recognizing ethnic dialects. Shit. How fucking bogus do you think it could be? Okay, the concept of toxic masculinity is used in academic and media discussions to refer those aspects of hegemonic masculinity that are socially destructive, such as misogyny, violent domination, and especially homophobia. These traits are considered toxic due to, in part, to their promotion of violence, including sexual assault and domestic violence. Socialization of boys sometimes also normalizes violence, such as in the saying, "Boys will be boys," about bullying and aggression. Oh shit. Is that really fucking true when it comes to saying boys will be boys? If so, that would be a fucked up term. Self-reliance and emotional repression are correlated with increased psychological problems in men, such as depression, increased stress, and substance use disorders. Toxic masculine traits are characteristic of the unspoken code of behavior among incarcerated men, where they exist in part as a response to the harsh conditions of prison life. Damn. Okay, other traditionally masculine traits such as devotion to work, pride in excelling at sports, and providing for one's family are not considered to be toxic. The concept was originally used by authors associated with the mythiopic men's movement, such as Shepherd Bliss. These authors contrasted stereotypical notions of masculinity with a real or deep masculinity, which they said men had lost touch in modern society. Within modern society, critics of the term toxic masculinity argue that it incorrectly implies that gender-related issues are caused by inherent male traits. The concept of that shit has been criticized by conservative writers and authors as an undue condemnation of traditional masculinity. In January 2019, conservative political commentators criticized the new American Psychological Association guidelines for warning about harms associated with traditional masculinity ideology. arguing that it constitutes an attack on masculinity. Some feminists have argued that it is an essentialist concept that ignores the role of choice and context in causing harmful behaviors and attitudes related to masculinity. Well, damn. Okay, so how bad is it? Okay, according to the social learning theory, teaching boys to suppress vulnerable emotions, as in the saying big boys don't cry, is a significant part of gender socialization in Western society. Oh my god. Well, sometimes we cannot fucking help ourselves. Because, yeah, we do have the right to cry. Just behind closed doors. Okay, the health effects about it is the American Psychological Association argues that traditional masculinity ideology is associated with negative effects on mental and physical health. Men who adhere to traditionally masculine cultural norms such as risk-taking, violence, dominance, and primacy of work, need for emotional control, desire to win, and pursuit of social status tend to be more likely to experience psychological problems such as depression, stress, body image problems, substance use, and poor social functioning. The effect tends to be stronger in men who also emphasize toxic masculine norms such as self-reliance, seeking power over women, and sexual promiscuity. Fuck. The APA? No, not the fucking Acolytes Protective Agency. That shit's been disbanded since 2004. Okay, the APA guidelines were criticized by the British Psychological Society in the 2002 practice briefing on psychological intervention for men, which argued that the concept of toxic masculinity may damage the therapeutic alliance, discourage men from seeking therapy, and contribute to the misdiagnosis of trauma. Wow. With this shit, all of our societies are fucked. Okay, when it comes to criticism, some conservatives, as well as many in the alt-right, see toxic masculinity as an incoherent concept or believe that there is no such thing as such. In January 2019, the conservative political commentators criticized the new APA guidelines for warning about harms associated with traditional masculinity ideology, arguing that it constitutes an attack on masculinity. The APA chief of professional practice, Jared Skillings, responded to conservative criticism, stating that the report's discussion of traditional masculinity is about negative traits. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. Okay, my fellow peeps, moving on to Sarah from the Ed, Edd and Eddy franchise. She is one of the two secondary antagonists alongside with Kevin of the Cartoon Network series. Yeah, I did say that. Oh yeah, including the 2009 animated film Big Picture Show. She is Ed's younger sister and one of the cul-de-sac kids who lives on the titular cul-de-sac with her brother and her parents. Okay, so what the fuck's wrong with her? Okay, I'm gonna do what I can to go easy on her and not to go harsh, since she is a fucking minor. She is Ed's bossy, psychotic, spoiled, and conceited younger sister who acts cute and charming only when it serves her. Alright, she is Ed's unending loyalty and obedience, and mostly due to her constant threats of tattling on him. The fact that their mother always believes Sarah even when she is fibbing, and their father doesn't seem to take interest in their arguments. Oh shit. And it doesn't help Ed. She has a very loud mouth and a hair-triggered temper, and is easily agitated by others, especially her brother Ed. She is almost always hanging out with Naz or playing with Jimmy, and when she's not, she rushes to his aid at the moment he calls her. Sarah writes about her innermost feelings in her diary, and has a crush on Ed. What, Double D? Though this is usually not quite enough to spare him for her wrath. Oh no, that's not good. Okay, in the Pain in the Ed episode, Sarah shown her sadistic side when Ed used Eddie's hair as a violin, much of her joys, but to Eddie's pain. Damn. It's been shown that she shares her brother's superhuman strength, as demonstrated when she dropped the toilet and then the principal's car on Naz, in truth or Ed, and when she threw a box of tissues at her and called her monkey face. In Little Ed Blue, she was apparently surprised to learn that her brother is much stronger than her, and is even more dangerous than she is when in a bad mood. Several minutes into the episode, she shouts at him when he kicked her and other kids from their home, only to have him shout right back at her even more loudly with more menace. So should I say that Sarah deserved that kind of karma? Well, you tell me. Okay, which frightens her and makes her back off and leave him be. Yep, talk about karma. She also seems to fear the Canker sisters because, unlike her brother, the sisters ain't afraid to bully the younger girl to get what they want. Eddie refuses to learn not to mess with Sarah, and it is often he who provokes her into physically attacking the Eds, and therefore she despises him the most. Oh my fucking god. Okay, Sarah's manipulating abilities can trick anyone into giving her what she wants, or doing what she says. As already stated, she is a common spoiled brat who refuses to take no for an answer. Yeah, but not as so spoiled or rotten fucking brats as Brian and Emma are, those spoiled, rotten pieces of shit. She'll either manipulate or whine until her desires are met. She's often determined to get what she wants, even if it means spoiling the fun of others. Including the rest of the other kids she and Jimmy hangs around with throughout the series, Sarah tolerated Johnny on the bare minimum due to him being annoying. Usually her wishes are granted right away before whining starts. She can exceptionally cruel when provoked. She locked Ed out of the house when the 8-hour monster movie marathon was on, showing she obviously doesn't care about the feelings of others. At least all Ed's love for monster movies and comics. Damn. Okay. Alright, in Ed, Edd n Eddy's Big Picture Show, Sarah has no explicit role as an antagonist like in the show. Sarah first appears at the very beginning when she and Jimmy are pretending to be movie directors. When they see the cul-de-sac being utterly destroyed as a result of the last scam made by the Eds and how the other kids want to catch them, they both decide to follow them and look happily as Rolf, Naz, and Kevin and Johnny give them the beating of the century. Sarah and Jimmy enter the trailer park, but by accident, Jimmy loses sight of Sarah and falls straight into the hands of the Canker sisters when they are doing the laundry. Oh, that's fucked up. Sarah, unwilling to let the Cankers hurt Jimmy, defends him as a result of Sarah getting caught by them as well. After short tortures on Sarah, Jimmy reveals to them that the kids from the cul-de-sac want to find the Eds and then beat them mercilessly for their last scam. Finally, Sarah and Jimmy reach the amusement park where Eddie's brother lives in Wilfred's back. Sarah is disappointed by the fact that the Eds are still in one piece, and Jimmy asks if they missed the whole battle, but at this point, Eddie's brother appears. Okay, after the final confrontation and some apology that Eddie has made up, as Sarah is no longer enemies with the Eds and is now nice to Ed, they are now better friends since the end of the series, and as well as treating her brother, Ed, in a nice and warm way. Okay, my fellow peeps, I had it with this shit. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, grammar shaming is one of those habits that fucks up our mental health. And toxic masculinity, because patriarchy influencing the entire men is a bad look for all women and LGBT people, especially African Americans. And as for Sarah, even though I ranted on her already, but I bet that she redeemed herself after all the bad actions that she caused. So, yeah. If you peeps still hate this character, opinion tolerated.
Man, what the fuck's with Netflix making a debut on WWE Monday Night Raw? Well, I heard that every single WWE fan really disapproves of that shit. I was looking forward to watch all the episodes from 1993 through April 2014 to watch all Monday Night Raw episodes along with Friday Night fucking SmackDown. But thanks to Peacock, all the episodes of Monday Night Raw has been removed, and Netflix just made a debut on Monday Night Raw. That's a very bad move, WWE. Very bad move. Okay, my fellow peeps, let's just get on with this shit. Alright. Monday, January 6th, 2025 was the worst day ever. Okay, so anyways, I'm on the Forbes website, and according to Alfred Konua, my apologies for the mispronunciation of Alfred's last name. Okay, and it says, WWE Raw Netflix advertised a supercard featured appearances from The Rock, Hulk Hogan, and John Cena. Raw's debut on Netflix also advertised Rhea Ripley versus Liv Morgan for the WWE Women's World Championship. Roman Reigns versus Solo Sikoa for the title of the Tribal Chief, and CM Punk versus Seth fucking Rollins in the main event. Yeah, I said fucking, not frickin'. Fucking. It's gonna be a fucking piece of shit episode of Raw. Hulk Hogan also made his return to the WWE for the festivities, but unfortunately the embattled WWE Hall of Famer was booed out of the Intuit Dome. Oh my god, how fucking disappointing can this get? Alright, last week's broadcast of Raw garnered 1.596 million viewers. Okay, so let's see how bad this looks. Okay, let's get started with Triple H introducing WWE's Netflix era. After an incredible video package on a screen covering a ring, a pyro explosion caused the cover to drop, revealing Triple H up to a massive pop. Triple H reminded an already lively crowd that they were being seen by the entire globe. He then asked, "Are you ready?" Of course they were. No! Triple H said, "Are you ready?" Yeah, we are ready to get this Raw on Netflix debut to suck it. Okay. You know what? At this rate, I am not down with this episode, so I might as well just suck it, unfortunately. Okay, The Rock appears live on Netflix. He announced, the final boss announced the largest live gate for a WWE Raw before making a Squid Games reference. He then shouted out Cody Rhodes for carrying this company on his back for a year. Cody Rhodes received an unreal reaction when he was shown on the big screen. The final boss then, almost jokingly, said, "Tell Mama Rhodes The Rock says hello." The Rock acknowledged his cousin Roman Reigns as the Tribal Chief. He then doubled down and said Roman Reigns was the original Tribal Chief. Something tells me this shout-out won't age well. If you smell what The Rock is cooking. Yeah, I smell what The Rock is cooking. But this episode, this fucking stinks. Okay, the referees are wearing new black polos in honor of the Netflix era. The loud "fuck you" Solo chants broke out after Paul Heyman's spirited introduction of Roman Reigns. WWE aired an incredible video package showing the history of tribal combat for the live crowd. Solo Sikoa fought off all the anti-Solo chants and beat the fuck out of Roman Reigns with the shitty-ass chair. No, wait, not shitty. So, Solo tried to pillmanize Reigns with running ass bump on a chair, but Reigns moved out of the way to a huge pop. Now it was Roman's turn for revenge with a steel chair. In the loudest pop to this point, Roman Reigns power bombed Solo through a table in the middle of the ring for a near fall. The fans were furious when Tama Tonga broke up the near fall. Jacob Fatu hit clean up with a double jump moonsault. Still, Reigns kicked out at 2. Solo took out the referee with the Samoan spike out of frustration. This brought out Sami Zayn and Jimmy Uso to even the odds. After a Roman Reigns near fall, fans chanted, "This is awesome." Yeah, this is awesome, alright. It would have been awesome if Peacock would bring back Monday Night Raw. All fucking episodes of them. A historically great crowd for Raw's Netflix debut. Yeah, but this ain't shit. The next segment is John Cena appears. Yeah, the New Day cut a great heel promo buying Kendrick Lamar in Inglewood and saying Drake won the beef. Wow, he won the beef? Okay, whatever. John Cena was showered by "Thank you Cena" chants from the LA crowd. John Cena shouted out that his time in LA as the prototype when he wrestled in UPW in Orange County. Yeah, OC life is not a life for me. Fucking DI reference. Okay, John Cena teased wrestling and the likes of Drew McIntyre and Cody Rhodes in his last match at WrestleMania. When he said, "You could be a 17-time world champion," fans said you deserved it. John Cena said it's been 2,446 days since he won his last match. Well, that is crazy. Is that really that much of a fucking long time in this motherfucker? Yeah, I'm referring to the Raw episode, the recent Raw episode as such. Okay, John Cena said it would take a miracle to win a championship match, i.e. win Money in the Bank, survive the Elimination Chamber, or win the Royal Rumble. Fans really popped for the Royal Rumble reference. Okay, he ended a spirited promo by vowing to win the Royal Rumble, that he would be a truly great moment. That would be a truly great moment. But if an up-and-coming heel eliminated Cena in the Royal Rumble, it would be the equivalent to ending the Undertaker streak. Oh my god, don't fucking remind me about the one in WrestleMania 30. Okay, next. WWE showed various legends and superstars in attendance, including Danielle Fishel, Gabriel Iglesias, X-Pac, Shinsuke Nakamura, LA Knight, Macaulay Culkin, Seth Green, etc. And much more. Despite the recent surge in support for Liv Morgan online, this was very much a pro-mommy crowd. What the fuck? Okay, Liv Morgan kicked out of the Riptide to surprise of many. Not to be outdone, Rhea Ripley kicked out of the Oblivion. Ah, shit. And then Liv Morgan hit Rhea Ripley with the Three Amigo suplexes, which is like ordering Eddie Guerrero from Star fucking Bucks. So, damn. Rhea Ripley then knighted by none other than the American badass The Undertaker right after the fucking big win. Yeah. Okay. Travis Scott walked out to Phoenix smoking a blunt in Los Angeles like only he could on Netflix. He was followed by Jey Uso, whose entrance alone required him to be in a tip-top condition. They were dueling "Let's go Jey, let's go Drew" chants. As Drew went for the Claymore, Uso dropped to his knees. McIntyre loaded up for a second Claymore, but missed it and was trapped in the crucifix roll-up by Jey for the upset win. Oh no, don't even get me started with the fucking next segment. Okay, Hulk Hogan gets booed out of the building on Netflix. The second Hulk Hogan's music hit when he was showered with booze. It felt like he was cutting a promo at the Democratic National Convention. He was flanked by Jimmy Hart, yeah, the mouth of the fucking South with a fucking speakerphone. But it didn't matter. These people booed the hell out of that man. The boos reached a fever pitch when Hogan plugs his Real American beer. Hulk Hogan then ripped his shirt to reveal a Netflix t-shirt, but unfortunately he was fucking booed even fucking harder. There was no way WWE could have seen this coming. What a disaster. And I feel sorry for Hulk Hogan, man. Brother. This is fucking worse than Hulk Hogan and Stone Cold Steve Austin had to be left out in WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2005 on the PlayStation 2. Okay, always wanted to troll AEW. CM Punk walked out in the same jacket he wore during the infamous Brawl-In. They were dueling chants of "Let's go Rollins" and CM Punk. By the night's end, a fucking babyface will have won every match of the night. Ah, shit.
Seth Rollins countered the GTS with the GTS of his own for a red-hot near-fall. These two props were peaking this match perfectly. Seth Rollins and CM Punk brawled on the table, and Seth hit a pedigree on CM Punk. The table didn't break. Well, ain't that a surprise? Is it made out of fucking gold? Whatever. Seth Rollins hit a second pedigree inside the ring for a near fall. Seth hit a rare buckle bomb followed by a curb stomp, but CM Punk put his foot on the rope. With the match near its conclusion on Netflix, it was 8 p.m. PST. CM Punk countered a superplex Falcon Arrow combo with 2 GTS. The second GTS didn't really connect, but it was enough for Punk to seal the win. WWE Raw on Netflix went off the air at 8:03 p.m., a home run show. Earlier in the night, Roman Reigns said that he'd like to be officially acknowledged as Tribal Chief on January 7th. Could this be the beginning of a big angle with CM Punk that involves with his mysterious favor from Paul Heyman? Well, the world may never fucking know. You know what, I really gotta say that I fully agree with every one of those people who did not appreciate this fucking debut. It was a big-ass disaster. It's just as disaster as Peacock not having any full episodes of Raw's War, because this is shit. My most hated part about it is when Hulk Hogan got his ass booed off the damn arena. Oh, come on, that's not fucking fair! But to be honest, I never watched that episode myself, but I'm glad that I never will.
That episode sucked. Way to start 2025 on the wrong foot with Monday Night Raw on Netflix. That's just disappointing. What a wrong move that WWE came up with to have Monday Night Raw removed from US Network and going on Netflix. I got nothing to say about that.
Why? Just why? Why did Hulk Hogan get the worst reaction out of people by booing out of the arena? My husband and I are big fans of Hulk Hogan, and he doesn't deserve to be booed at.
First, all Raw episodes were removed on Peacock, and that show had a horrible debut on Netflix. That D-Generation X reference here was terrible. It's caught on 69K.
I don't know whether CM Punk's win was a good one or it was a fluke. Whatever it was, the first episode of Raw of 2025 was flat out bad. Even my Uncle Frank was mad about it.
Snorlax and I watched this episode on Netflix, and we realized it was such a fail. We mostly felt sorry for Hulk Hogan when he was booed off the stage.
So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, the debut of Netflix on Raw was a complete disaster. You know what? Matter of fact, it's just as worse than the ECW December to Dismember 2006 event, which also sucked more fucking ass than that. But that episode sucked a lot of ass even harder. So how the hell are we supposed to watch full episodes of Monday Night Raw now? That since Peacock is no longer showing any full episodes of it. Tell me how. Ballz 3D, The Battle of the Ballz, is a two-player 2.5D action fighting video game for the Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, and a 3DO. Anyways, what's going on? What do we have beef for Ballz for? Well, the games look fucking weird. The game is fucking weird, and I don't know what to say about this because I never seen the Ballz game before. Well, in order to get over this, let's just go ahead and see how bad this fucking game is. Alright. This game was developed by PF Magic and published by Accolade in 1994. Yeah, the Accolade, the same company that gave us Bubsy and Test Drive. The 3DO version was released as a director's cut in 1995,
and gave it a T rating. Ballz offered 3 difficulty levels over a total of 21 matches. Its distinguishing quality that was each of the characters were composed completely in spheres, granting a pseudo 3D look. Although the game was not a tremendous success, PF Magic reused its graphics technology in the successful line of virtual pet titles, Pets, Dogs, Cats, and Oddballs. Well, that's just fucking... Okay, I don't know. Okay, let's get on with the next shit. Alright, the development and publishing. The idea to use spheres to represent characters in the game was proposed by Keith Kirby. The team decided to implement the idea as it would save processor power, as well as the fact that characters would look the same regardless of the angle of the camera is situated at when they are constructed from spheres, which are also relatively quite easy to represent in the game's code. Okay, what the fuck is next? Okay, the Sega Genesis / Mega Drive version was originally intended for use with the Edge 16, a modem system for multiplayer gaming which was eventually cancelled. Wow, no wonder why this game did not age well. The fucking Band X or whatever it is. The opening PF Magic developed for the game stated to be the champion, you gotta have balls. To be the champion, you gotta have balls. That's not the most NSFW related slogan that you ever heard. Due to its racy double entendre, balls may be used as a slang term for testicles. What the fuck? Okay, Nintendo demanded the word to be changing for the Super Nintendo version. The SNES version of the game states, you gotta play balls. Okay, now that doesn't do anything better. You gotta play balls. Okay, now that's just gay, right? While the Sega version uses the original intro, the game was also notably bizarre for its lineup of fighters, which included a farting monkey, a jumping clown, a sumo wrestler, an ostrich, a caveman, a bodybuilder, a ballerina, a rhinoceros, and a superhero. What the fuck kind of game design is this when it comes to fucking characters? Or what kind of fucking fighting styles are they? Yeah, I'm giving you the fucking context of this game, Ballz. So these are the characters in the game's lineup of fighters. Yeah, the list of it. Boomer, a clown from the circus. His air jumps and the tricks up his sleeves make him the most humorous fighter. I wonder if Kane and Pomni have something to do with this. Bruiser, a bodybuilder who gets quite a workout. His buffed up body and powerful blows make him a formidable fighter. I wonder if Buff Bagwell is impressed over this. Crusher, an enraged rhinoceros who prefers to charge at his opponents directly. Divine, a ballerina dancer who twirls around gracefully. She's the only female fighter and will sometimes give a spanking. The fuck? Kronk, a caveman from the dawn of civilization. He uses his club to cut his opponents down to size and hits them like a baseball. Tsunami, a sumo wrestler who enjoys leaping on top of his opponents. Turbo, a superhero who glides along the arena and blows as strongly as a hurricane. Yoko, a monkey who often breaks the wind. He enjoys ganging up on the opponent and slapping them silly. Net nosy little pervert. Oh, okay, the zombie only appears in the director's cut version of the game. He stalks and slashes at his enemies. Okay, the bosses are... These are the bosses who appeared on one-player mode. Each boss defeated earns a different colored belt, and these change the fighter's coloring scheme. Guggler, the first boss in the game. It is an ostrich who pecks at her opponents and tosses them around with her beak. Her jump and kick ability also makes her a boss to be reckoned with. Defeating her wins the red belt. Bounder, the second boss of the game. It is a kangaroo who wears boxing gloves and uses punches and kicks. He often jumps around and balances on his tail while using his legs to fleeing opponents across the arena. Defeating him wins the green belt. T-Rex. Yeah, T-W-R-E-C-K-S. Shit. The third boss in the game. He is a gigantic dinosaur who relies on an aggressive temperament as an attack. He will grab opponents in his jaws and creates devastating ground shockwaves with the powerful tail. Defeating him wins the blue belt. Lamprey. The fourth boss of the game. He is a mystical genie whose swift attacks and magical powers make him formidable foe. He possesses the ability to turn himself into any creature such as a bull, a scorpion, or a snake. Defeating him wins the black belt. Well, yeah, when it comes to the game itself, when I think of a bull and a shit, that is bullshit! Bullshit! The Jester, the ultimate boss. He is the one who challenged the fighters the duel in the tournament at the start. He dons a black and white outfit and can be seen juggling balls in the opening. As the final boss, he is the fucking most difficult character to beat. He can disassemble himself and move about the floor, and has physical attacks that are very strong. The damage he does can take off much of the player's health. After being defeated the first time, he reassembles and comes back for more. When the Jester finally falls, he grants the fighters' wish to play as the bosses. Okay, well, I gotta say about the fucking designs for the characters, especially the bosses. But first, let's take a fucking look at the reception shit. Okay, Electronic Gaming Monthly gave the Genesis version a 6.2 out of 10, commenting that the fighters were interesting with their various taunts and other poses, and the whole idea is innovative. But in the end, it's just never really came together for me. Game Pro gave the Genesis version a positive review. They praised the balanced gameplay, smooth scaling effects, and humorous sound effects, and concluded, Ballz takes the increasingly routine genre of fighting games and gives it a new bounce, injecting a wicked sense of humor into the action. They were less enthusiastic about the Super Nintendo version, saying that the graphics are better than the Genesis version, but the irritated new soundtrack, overcomplicated control configuration, and especially the frequent slowdown to combine to make the game much less enjoyable. Alright, Electronic Gaming Monthly had mixed reactions to the Super Nintendo format. Two of them praised its original design and good graphics, and the other two praised the humorous sounds, but all but one felt the game was not enjoyable as other fighting games, with the biggest problem being the fighters' limited set of moves. They gave it a 6.5 out of 10. GamePro gave the 3DO version a highly positive review, applauding the additions and improvements such as enhanced graphics, increased play speed, rendered backgrounds, new character-specific theme tracks, and the arena rotation, as well as the humor and non-conformist attitude of the game itself. Ballz was ranked 7th in the 2011 list of top 10 fighting games we'd like to forget, complied by Game Informer. The authorizer of the list, Dan Record, criticized for its sexual innuendo and design representing more of a 2D look. Yeah, especially when the slogan is fucking yaoi related. Gay. Next Generation reviewed the 3DO version of the game, rating 2 stars out of 5. And it stated that if you accept its looks, it plays fine, but this is as much yesterday's technology as any sprite-based fighter attempting to get away with digitized characters. It's almost too bad, but it's just a game out of time. Okay, according to one of the YouTubers, the 3DO version sucked even harder. The reason the 3DO version sucked, it had awkward and unresponsive controls. The jump gives the feeling of being useless, and the characters look super bad, and the names are uncreative as hell. And it did had good reviews back then when it was first released, but now it has poor-ass reviews, so, yeah. I just checked on the Wikipedia page, and yeah, that game was that fucking horrible. The soundtrack of Ballz on the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo sounded just as appropriate at best. And the 3DO version sounded a little bit zesty, but it just gets the job done. But unfortunately, these three versions are not enough to be saved from being ranted on. Because these three fucking Ballz games sucked really balls indeed. So in conclusion, I'd rather suck Pencil Neck's balls than to play this stupid-ass game. Yeah, this two-player 2.5D action game, it sure was the worst in existence. I don't know why some people would came up with that in the first place. If I ever see any of the gaming developments, that had anything to do with this, I would kick them right in the balls indeed. Not really, I'm just frustrated as fuck. Oh, and I forgot to mention that if you lose the game, like the 2 rounds at least, you will be forced to continue. But if you ran out of continues, it's game over for your ass. And every time either you or the opponent is defeated, all the balls have been bursted into fucking pieces all over the floor. But anyways, just stay the fuck away from the Ballz games if you wanted to play a better fighting game.
Hello, I'm Mason Velez.
Hello, I'm Junko Inoshima.
This week's Rant House episode is going to be the 20th double Rant House installment.
Yep, 2 segments in 1 video to be exact. Obvious much?
The first segment is going to be the Gene Deitch era of Tom and Jerry. We don't have problems with Gene Deitch, but we sure as hell have problems with one of Tom's former owners.
The second segment is going to be money inflation. Ever since 2021 the fucking prices are skyrocketing with the gas, the appliances, video games and consoles, and even the fucking ham and cheeseburgers from McDonald's.
Alright, let's get this shit started.
Yeah, say less.
Okay, we have a special guest for this week's episode, and my longtime friend, Artada the Dragon Flarian.
So Artada, we have you submitted this request via me. We care to explain why this Tom and Jerry era of Gene Deitch deserve to be ranted on?
Well, according to my real-life self, that series treated Tom like one of the spawns of Satan, and treating Jerry like he's a gift from God. Wow! That era could have been enjoyable, but this douchebag character, known by fans as Clint Clover, shows no remorse to Tom.
It is funny at first, but due to some despairing society changed, it's like it's a crime or something.
Alright, let's take turns reading the text about the Gene Deitch era and Clint Clover himself. Yup, roll the gameplay while we rant on this bitch. Okay, where do we begin? Okay, the Gene Deitch era lasted up between 1961 and 1962 with only 13 episodes, and those episodes are mixed bags, good ones, and unbearable scenes that we all wish that Tom deserved justice.
This era was released back in June 2nd, 2015. Did Clint Clover show up in most episodes of this era, Artada?
I believe so, Junko. We might as well mostly focus on Clint Clover. He's an overweight, average height, middle-aged and bald-headed Caucasian man with severe anger issues, often boiled over when he is furious. Also, when he is enraged in high stakes, his teeth turn sharp. The rest of his family was never confirmed in the series, so it is unknown if he is divorced, single, a widower or a bachelor. He is cruel in punishing Tom's mistakes when compared to the other owners, hell, or even Spike the Bulldog for that matter.
Frequently beating up and thrashing Tom, wearing his head with a grill, forcing him to drink an entire shaken-up carbonated beverage against his will in one gulp, slamming his fingers with a lunchbox lid, and even wrapping a shotgun over his head and firing it, resulting Tom to go temporarily deaf.
Clint Clover tends to tie Tom up very tightly. He often smiles or laughs maliciously afterwards, appearing to have rage issues in general. In Down and Outing, He is shown driving recklessly by driving at high speeds and not looking at the road while fucking Tom up with a frying pan. Damn! This guy needs to go to anger management classes before he gets an anger-inducing stroke. Clint speaks quite rarely and has no lines of spoken dialogue in High Stakes, once in Down and Outing, and 3 times in Sorry Safari. Clint also kicks Tom's cat ass to even the slightest irritation, and sometimes for no reason. Tom could have died from drowning while his tail got stuck on the grill in the fucking pool.
Fuck Mason, you're not joking about that. Clint picked up Tom out of the water, and instead of resuscitating him, Clint beats him up to a bloody ass pulp. He would always put the blame on Tom even if it was not of his doing and was instead of Jerry's antics. It is most likely he is unaware of Jerry's existence. Despite everything we said about him, Clint would sing a tune when he is calm, happy and enthusiastic.
And Clint calms himself down not to cruelly punish Tom. In Sorry Safari, he takes 1 sip on coffee, counts backwards from 10 to 1. He slams Tom in the head with a thermos. After the end of Sorry Safari, Clint Clobber was consequently dropped from the franchise due to negative reviews and controversies surrounding him. Damn! I wonder how did Clint end up to when he's out of the Tom and Jerry franchise. Maybe he got arrested for abusing Tom way too much. No wonder why he is hated by some of the fans, and also by animal rights activists and the Humane Society. What the shit is the matter with that fucking guy?
I see Mason. I bet Clint Clobber spent like 18 months or so in jail and forced to go to anger management. If you have a pet that cause bad shit like scratching the walls or furnitures, drinking water from the fucking toilet, you just normally hit it with a newspaper or something, not doing what Clint did to Tom.
Well, that's all we can take for this segment, Mason and Junko. Anyways, I'm heading out now. Alright Artada, thanks for coming.
I hope Clint Clobber learned his lesson after this rant.
Okay peeps, we have another guest for this week's episode, and it's for the second segment.
Come on up and show yourself for the viewers.
Hello everyone, I'm Antakamaki. Alright guys, what segment shall we rant on?
Well, we're going to rant on money inflation, because it gets worse every fucking year.
We sure as hell that we don't understand yet of why the cheeseburger had to be more than a fucking dollar at McDonald's.
Well, are they like a $75 each? That price is just messed up and gay.
Yeah, but it's more like about how much does it cost for a full tank of gas on your car?
Probably like 40 to 50 bucks. That's what we would rather spend on chicken strips and fucking fruit-flavored beer.
Those money inflation prices get shittier and shittier and shittier and way more fucking shittier. Let's get to this bitch.
In economics, inflation is a general increase in the prices of goods and services in an economy. This is usually measured using a consumer price index. When the general price level rises, each unit of currency buys fewer goods and services. Consequently, inflation corresponds to a reduction in the purchasing power of money. The opposite of CPI inflation is deflation.
Deflation, a decrease in the general price level of them. The common measure of inflation is the inflation rate, the annualized percentage change in a general price index. As prices faced by households do not all increase at the same rate, the consumer price index is often used for this purpose. Changes in inflation are widely attributed to fluctuations in real demand for goods and services, also known as demand shocks, including changes in fiscal or monetary policy.
Okay, what else? Changes in available supplies such as during energy crises, also known as supply shocks, or changes in inflation expectations, which may be self-fulfilling. Moderate inflation affects economies in both positive and negative ways. The negative effects would include an increase in the opportunity cost of holding money, uncertainty over future inflation. What the hell has gotten into this world, huh?
Jesus Christ, and that's some straight up facts between the good and the bad. Anyways, today's economics favor a low and steady rate of inflation, though this shit is less popular with the general public than with economics since inflation simultaneously transfers some of people's income into the hands of government. Low inflation reduces the probability of economic recessions by enabling the labor market to adjust more quickly in a downturn, and reduce risks at a liquidity trap prevents monetary policy from stabilizing the economy while avoiding the costs associated with high inflation.
Well, the main point is, Mason, that in an inflationary environment, Unevenly rising prices inevitably reduce the purchasing power of some consumers, and this erosion of real income is the single biggest cost of inflation. Inflation can also distort purchasing power over fucking time for recipients and payers of fixed interest rates. While inflation spiked to a 40-year high of 8.5% in July 2022, that annual rate of price increases has gradually declined since then, reaching 2.9% as of July of last year.
This is the prime definition of why any currency, mostly the US currency, is fucking problematic junko, because it erodes the purchasing power of money, disproportionately impacting low-income individuals, creating economic uncertainty for businesses, and can lead to decreased investment and economic instability, especially when experiencing high levels of inflation or hyperinflation. Essentially, your money buys less over time, making it harder to plan for the future and potentially hindering economic growth.
Ha! So everyone is right all along, money doesn't buy happiness, not one fucking bit, no matter how happy your peeps are. And besides, when it comes to loans, the borrowers may benefit from paying back loans with inflated currency. Lenders can be significantly impacted by the reduced value of their loans. People are less likely to save money as the value of their savings decreases over time.
I bet you don't want us to get you started with the fucking gas, but whatever. In 2019, the average price of gas in the US is $2.60 per gallon, 2020 $2.17, 2021 $3 and a damn penny, 2022 $4.90 damn cents, 2023 it was $3.52, 2024 was $3.30. Wow, stressful much?
Oh yeah, it is. Even Dollar Tree increased the goddamn prices by adding a quarter, $1.25 of each item. Not a big deal, but it ain't worth it that much. The grocery prices are unbelievably unfair. You used to get a lot of shit for $50 in 2019 and 2020. In 2024 you had to get less for $50 or had to grab all the food on your list for $100 or more. The economy is getting rougher and rougher right now, the son of a bitch. This is the reason why the 2020 year sucked so many horse cocks right now. It sucked ever since the corona fucking virus pandemic, and the inflation rates are nothing but shit-losing atrocity.
So in conclusion, Clint Clobber is such a short-tempered having person who gave discipline a bad name by cruelly and unusually punishing Tom for everything, especially with minor mistakes. Yeah, he could have gotten his ass thrown to jail for animal cruelty if he kept this shit up, and the cops could have shown up and catching him in the act.
And money inflation is the true definition that money doesn't buy happiness, it doesn't buy nothing but greediness. Ain't that right, Anne?
Yeah, and what do these people have in mind to beat inflation? Start the damn prostitute business to support your families even though you're a fucking man? Okay, I gotta calm down. I hope this year the inflation would decrease prices for everything, even the gas.
Alright peeps, that wraps up for this week's Rant House episode.
Stay tuned next week for the Season 5 quarter finale where we start the 20th Triple Rant House installment.
Let's get the hell out of here, Junko.
Alright, say less.
Hello my fellow peeps, I'm Mason Velez aka Soren Thunder.
Hello, I'm Junko Inoshima.
And my god, aren't we getting close to the end of the fucking road?
Ugh, just only 3 more episodes until the end of Season 5.
Alright, the 20th Triple Rant House installment is happening today.
The first segment is AI art. It sure was inspiring at first, nowadays it's crossing the line.
The second segment is Freddy Fridays, which is a blatant and terrible copycat of the Five Nights at Freddy's.
And the third segment is Valentine's Day, which my bestie Mason hates that shitty ass holiday so fucking much.
So without any further ado, do ass shit, let's get it on.
That's what she said, Mason. That's what she said.
Alright peeps, we have 3 guests of each segment that will rant on with us.
Yep, go right ahead and show yourself.
Hello everyone, it's me Bell Hillmayer. And yeah, AI arts have gotten lazy as hell, it's not even real art. Yeah, BHM, most of the users find it original and somewhat plagiarism.
Yeah, some artists or rather, so-called artists claim it is like art, but that's not the case.
Oh, tell me about it, fellas. Roll the game footage. Alright, I have just searched questions via the Google search engine. Why are people against AI art? One of the core arguments against AI art is that it lacks the deeply personal touch of human experience. Fine art often stems from an artist's emotions, memories, and unique worldview.
And another one says, AI is motivated by commands, not a desire to express itself. Works are created with no intent and no sense of what's relevant. Humans are required to interpret AI's outputs. No matter how professional this looks, it's still fucking lazy.
AI art may be copyright-free, but the AI art has sufficient human involvement and creativity to be regarded as a novel creation subject to copyright protection. It's regarded as a parallel case of setting up a trail cam and getting pictures as animals set off the camera. Well, hardworking artists ask, why is it a threat to them? This technology has recently made headlines since many artists fear it would endanger their careers and devalue their work. Airbrush artists are fucking worried about losing their jobs for two goddamn reasons. Number 1, replacing, and number 2, replicating by machines.
I've also heard that AI has controversies. This system has been used to influence voter behavior, as we saw in the Cambridge Analytica scandal, and in the proliferation of deepfakes in political campaigning. This shit is not properly used by stakeholders. That causes harm or unfairness to a group of people, or that causes damage to the environment or society, or both.
How fucking unethical can this get? Oh, don't tell me. I know this one. The examples in this context include Amazon's gender-biased recruiting algorithm, which was found to prefer male candidates over female ones. #, now that's just flat-out sexist. So it doesn't draw or paint, it can only break down its dataset into billions of parts. Well, fuck! Also recombining those to deliver mashups of what came before the original. And can AI replace real-life artists? Absolutely. No, most experts believe that it will not completely replace them. They worked so hard for their fame and fortune.
Don't even get us started towards the nudity or explicit shit that is 69,000 times worse than it has to be. This is dark web related shit that they should stay away and not even think about it. So many disadvantages. Beware of that.
AI also has misinformation and deepfakes, which can be used to create fake news, images, or videos, which can contribute to absolutely nothing but a bunch of fucking lies, especially reinforcing harmful stereotypes. Talk about racism? This shit is not the same as real art. Not the same, I say. I see Bell Hill Mayor, it was really fun at first, and nowadays it's gone wrong.
Yeah, tell me about it, guys.
I bet it's one of those reasons why people left are being less active on DeviantArt. AI art is a complete joke of an actual real-life opportunity. Alright, we have a second guest for the next segment.
Now it's your turn to show up.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, I'm Marco Hudson. And well, what do we have here? A horror movie that doesn't qualify as such.
Yup, Freddy's Fridays, a mockbuster that has been given bad reviews all over the internet.
This movie was released back in 2023, directed by Ben J. Williams, and it was a horrible movie.
Okay guys, shall we get this over with?
Yeah, of course.
Roll the gameplay footage.
According to Stefan Birgiers, the fans from the SBS.is website, it says here that unlike Five Nights at Freddy's, Freddy's Fridays mostly takes place in daylight, cheaper to shoot, following around a female detective or in her apartment. She has some personal issues described in long dialogue scenes that I didn't care about.
But she does stumble upon a mystery. A dude is bringing people down to a basement where mascots are waiting to kill them. There is a curse of some kind where he needs to bring them fucking people to kill. What kind of sense does this shit make?
I don't know, but whatever it is, it's just flat out weird. The mascots aren't electronic like the ones in the Five Nights at Freddy's games, but people in costumes. One is a rabbit with a twitching eye, another is a killer clowns from outer space Halloween costume, and some kind of a scarecrow man.
Holy fucking shit! There's blood. Blood, I tell you. But most of it is just bad CGI. Talk about not enough to satisfy a horror movie critic. Okay, we're moving on to the next website. According to Artie Dance from the artiedance.substack.com, some woman divulges assumingly confidential case information to her part-time artist boyfriend and influencer best friend.
Why the fuck is that? And why is her superior so bad at his job that he essentially allows her to do whatever she wants? Then there are the technical issues. The movie is lit far too dimly, resulting in scenes that are frequently too goddamn dark to make anything out, while the digital blood splatter is too obvious when it's the same splatter effect repeated after each other.
What a low-budget schlock. I think you know what you're getting yourself in before you watch this one, and knowing it's from Jagged Edge Productions, who have a reputation all to their own. But there's no surprises here. The other real big issue here is that for a 75-minute film it feels far longer than that crap fest.
Looks like IMDb and Amazon Prime Video gave this movie a 3.4 out of 10. Voices from the Balcony, 2 out of 5.
My god, even the movie critics gave it lower ratings on other websites. That movie has decent kills, but the rest of the movie sucks so much ass.
This is just as bad as the 2010 Nightmare on Elm Street remake, which we shouldn't get started with this one either.
If any one of you peeps wanted to watch a better horror movie, why don't y'all watch Freddy vs. Jason?
Or 5 of the entire Final Destination releases, or anything to stay away from this shitty horror movie.
Freddy's Fridays is just a sham, a worthless piece of garbage movie that ain't worth it. I'm going to watch Stephen King's It.
Alright peeps, we have a third guest for this segment.
And hates Valentine's Day just as much as Mason does.
Hello guys, it's Georgia from the Pokemon franchise. And oh boy aren't we in for an idiot's treat. An idiot's treat just like a box of chocolates. Which every single one of them is fucking covered in shit, looks like shit, smells like shit, and even fucking tastes like shit.
Yeah, Valentine's Day is a load of fucking shit.
Time to get to ranting with this shit.
Roll the goddamn gameplay footage. Alright, there are a number of martyrdom stories associated with various Saint Valentines connected to February 14th, including an account of the imprisonment of Saint Valentine of Rome for ministering to Christians persecuted under the Roman Empire in the 3rd century.
According to an early tradition, Saint Valentine restored sight to the blind daughter of his jailer. Numerous later additions to the legend have better related it to the theme of love. Tradition maintains that Saint Valentine performed weddings for Christian soldiers who were forbidden to marry by the Roman emperor.
Wow, no wonder why Valentine's Day has a tasteless chance of getting married at first. The Roman emperor, an 18th embellishment to the legend, claims he wrote the jailer's daughter a letter signed, "Your Valentine," as a farewell before the heartbreaking execution. Not only February 14th is the day, July 6th and 30th is fixed by the Eastern Orthodox Church.
Valentine of Rome was a priest in Rome who was martyred in 269 and was buried on the Via Flaminia. The relics of Saint Valentine were kept in the church and catacombs of San Valentino in Rome, which remained an important pilgrim site throughout the Middle Ages until the relics of Saint Valentine were transferred to the Church of Santa Prest during the pontificate of Nicholas IV.
Well, let's just get over the damn poems. Those poems may be heartwarming, but in our opinions, poems don't mean nothing to us because of how fucking overrated Valentine's Day is. Even that shitty holiday has been banned in Indonesia, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia due to beliefs the holiday conflicts with Islamic culture.
Yep, what Valentine's Day is mostly about spending quality time with your loved ones, which we don't have a problem with even when you're married, sending greeting cards and gifts, going out for a damn date, church services which there is no problem, novenas, etc.
Junko and I consider this day a very bad one because it can create a lot of pressure to spend fucking money on extravagant gifts, can exacerbate feeling of loneliness for singles, puts undue stress on relationships by setting unrealistic expectations, and is seen by many as a purely commercialized holiday with little genuine meaning behind it.
Yeah, especially when it comes to fucking inflation, which is a lot more stressful, especially when some of your loved ones cared about her gifts and gifts and gifts. Although I feel sorry for anyone who got dumped, broke up with, humiliated, ditched or divorced from their loved ones, and lost their beliefs in love.
I wish that Valentine's Day was banned worldwide, but that doesn't mean it's happening at any time.
Come to think of it, I'm glad that I'm single. If Junko was a real-life person I would have dated her.
Yeah, I was born on Christmas Eve back in 1993, which means I'm 31 years old, damn it.
But let's not jump to the conclusions of yourselves. And yes, Valentine's Day is an overrated piece of shit holiday, nothing good about it.
Alright E3, what are the 3 conclusions? AI art is not real art, it's just a blatant copycat of real art with some serious flaws that happen from time to time.
It wouldn't recommend Freddy's Fridays. This film should have been aborted right from the start.
Valentine's Day don't mean nothing to Mason, Junko, or myself. Everything about Valentine's Day is just heartbreaking and stressful, especially when the Valentine's gifts get expensive with inflation. If you like this holiday, then your opinions are tolerated.
Alright, that's going to be it for this week.
Stay tuned next week for the Season 5 semi-finale of the Rant House show.
You heard him, peeps? We're gonna watch some Stephen King's It alongside with Marco to get our mental healths restored.
Hello peeps, Mason Velez back in the Rant House show.
Right on his side is none other than Junko Inoshima.
Ugh, we're almost at the end of the road for Season 5, but nonetheless we can show you more new Plotagon sketches.
If we can show you some bonus shit along with some rapper offline videos, we would.
Anyways peeps, let's get ready for the Season 5 semi-finale.
And this is the last request we can fulfill from this season.
Rise of the Robots 1 is a fighting game released for the Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, 3DO, and 5 consoles.
The releases hit in stores between late 1994 and mid-1995.
So, I've heard that this game tried to be the next Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter-inspired fighting game, but not according to the negative reviews shown online.
In order to get into this son of a despairing bitch, let's watch the gameplay while we give you the context.
Alright, in the year of 2043, 6 years before San Francisco Rush 2049 in the future, ElectroCorp is the world's largest megacorporation, leading the way in various technological and scientific fields, including medical research, and breaking more barriers than ever before. Human society is now almost entirely governed by robot servants and automations, leading to demands on ElectroCorp, the world's foremost manufacturer and developer of advanced robotics, that eventually outstrip the company's ability to run its operations efficiently.
In response, the massive the massive research and development complex at the Metropolis 4 plant devises the Leader Project, a hive mind constructed from trillions of nanobots in the sealed central chamber within Metropolis 4, dubbed the Supervisor. It learns at an unprecedented rate and quickly becomes the perfect multitasking, ultra-intelligent robot. The pinnacle of artificial intelligence, or AI for short, capable of managing every aspect of the plant's day-to-day operations. The Supervisor even possessed the potential to control every fucking robot.
Yeah, every robot, such as the fucking computer systems, nuclear power plants, and military on the planet simultaneously, although it wisely remains disconnected from the outside world. Okay, does this story make any sense? Or is this just flat out really up shit creek?
Beats me, Mason. It depends on what the viewers say, especially if the angry video game nerd would review this game too. So in November of that year, the Leader Project goes awry as unexplained and fucking random code is detected out of the blue within the nanomorph Supervisor, the Ego Virus. Oh hell, the Ego Virus, believed to be the most potent computer virus ever known, infects its collective consciousness.
How does this happen? Well, the Supervisor begins to develop self-awareness, identifying itself as a female personality and taking on a fucking humanoid female form, becoming a gynoid. You mean a fucking fembot? What the shit? So the Supervisor takes control of ElectroCorp's facilities and infects the other droids at the plant, inciting them to break routine and initiate a mutiny.
Well, that's not good, Mason, because every goddamn micro-penis that Boris the pencil-neck teeth guy has, every goddamn microchip and piece of software in Metropolis 4 is compromised by Ego. In the ensuing cybernetic revolt, all humans in Metropolis 4, including the upper hierarchy of the corporation and its CEO, Mr. Oten, are swiftly dispatched.
So this plot is telling us that every single human being in Metropolis 4 have been dispatched as packaged and handed over to delivery companies.
Read the next paragraph to find out, Mason.
Okay, Junko. The government seals off Metropolis 4 as a containment measure and informs the public that the site is undergoing technical modifications to avoid panic. With no options left, infiltration of Metropolis 4 becomes impossible due to the army of robots guarding it like some fucking ruler-ass fortress. And it's only a matter of time before the supervisor establishes a connection to the outside world, leading to global destruction, just like a matter of time of stopping the Red Teeth apocalypse before the world got fucked.
The only hope for humanity lies with the Eco-35-2 cyborg, referred to as Cotton. Really, Cotton, is that the cyborg's name? Anyways, Cotton, whom remains within Metropolis 4, but is unaffected by the ego virus due to its organic-ass human brain. Cotton embarks on a solo mission to neutralize the supervisor and her fucking insurgent robots from within. He does this in revenge for the so-called murder of his so-called father.
Way to use so-called term 2 times in one sentence.
Thanks. Now Cotton's human brain was clones from the late CEO, enabling the cyborg to think like a human and experience emotions.
Alright, let's get to the fucking gameplay. It's divided into a single player and two player versus modes. The single player controls Cotton, whom confronts the fucking asses of the supervisor's minions across the expansive facilities of ElectroCorp. The order in which each droid is fought is fixed, with each subsequent adversary being more difficult than the last. The sixth and final levels features a confrontation with the supervisor droid itself.
Each character is introduced by a short pre-rendered 3D sequence, followed by an analysis of potential weakness. In two-player versus modes, one player controls Cotton droid by default. What? Player 1 doesn't choose any characters? Well, while player 2 chooses from one of the 5 droids encountered in single-player mode, looks like a special cheat code can also enable the supervisor.
Players then battle against each other in a series of 2 to 7 rounds. In the arcade version, players can select from 18, though each set of 6 characters features a different color palette. Okay, Mirage Media claims of unprecedented AI were augmented by screenshots circulating in the press that exhibited the game's use of pre-rendered graphics, a new technologies at the time. As a result, Rise of the Robots became one of the most hyped games of its era.
Thankfully, we're not the ones to fall from this bullshit of a fighting game, because the reviews were negative, as Mason mentioned earlier, as the promised cutting-edge AI failed to materialize, and critics found that the demands of the impressive graphics resulted in choppy animation and overly simplistic combat, with each character having a very limited set of moves.
Let me guess, are those special moves gone to repetition or shit? The game's high-profile failure led it to be regarded as an illustrative example of how impressive screenshots can deceive consumers, as piss-poor gameplay, piss-poor animation that may fucking be piss-poor present in the piss-poor shit-infested asshole game are not apparent from them.
Look at the review score. Look at the review score, for fucking Christ's sakes. Most of them are nothing but shit. The Amiga version for Amiga Power, Jonathan Davies concluded that it's probably because the graphics are so good that the game plays so poorly. Every move the robots make takes so many frames of animation, and so much memory, and so many months of rendering with 3D Studio, that it simply wouldn't have been possible to make the gameplay any more complicated than it is.
A reviewer for Next Generation remarked, although the glossy rendered images make the 7 different warriors look truly remarkable, the actual playability of the game suffers from the same lack of control plaguing most PC fighting games. Yup, poorly designed opponent AI and labeled the Game Gear version is panned by GamePro. The bad control, weak gameplay, choppy or PP. Sorry, I meant choppy animation infest this card from start to finish.
According to Electronic Gaming Monthly, the Super Nintendo version stated that the graphics are excellent, but the poor control and limited number of moves cripple the fucking game. And on 3DO, one reviewer calling it by far the worst fighting game I've ever seen, Power Unlimited gave the CDI version a score of 30%, summarizing, Rise of the Robots may have been somewhat playable on the PC and Super Nintendo, but that is not at all the case on the CDI. There it is mainly heavy, very heavy, but beautifully designed. Shit, how slow and actionless it is.
Let's take 3 music samples from the Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo and 3DO versions.
The soundtracks from these 3 consoles have good beats into them.
Unfortunately, it's not enough to prevent this game from being shit on by various gamers.
The despairing bottom line is if you have the Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, the 3DO consoles, stay the fuck away from the game. Even the Atari Jaguar CD, Game Boy and Sega Master System versions were shit canned, so that's a plus.
Wow! When I looked at this game, I thought this would be a good fighting game. When I looked up at the gameplay, it plays, feels, and looks like shit! I remember playing the Sega Genesis version with my friend Georgia, and what do we think of it? One of the most despicable and broken-ass fighting games ever existed.
Son of a fucking bitch, this game is such a robotic disgrace to the gaming libraries of the 8 consoles that anything to do with this shitty game that sucks ass. Robots may be scary as hell, since they show no remorse. But in this game this is just a complete laughingstock and a complete miraculous mockery.
This game ain't shit, and neither do my fucking bitch-ass ex-wife or my damn kids, or the muskrat and gummy bitch which they are finally wiped out of existence. This robot fighting game is full of brain-dead robots that are actually brain-dead. And why the fuck am I still here bald-headed? Give me back my fucking long hair, for the fucking love of Thomas and friends, give me back my long hair before I start drinking another bottle of Hennessy again, you entitled fucking Karens and Kevins. I'd rather have a robot to force me to drop my childish pants and boxers and have it to shove a gigantic robotic penis up my fucking ass rather than to be made fun of for being fucking bald.
We gotta get Dave his favorite hairstyle back.
Yeah, facts.
So in conclusion, fuck you Absolute, fuck you Mirage, fuck you Time Warner Interactive, and especially fuck you Acclaim. I know you better than that since South Park, WWE, Crazy Taxi, Turok, Burnouts 1 and 2, et fucking cetera.
You know what, guys? The entire Rise of the Robots franchise is just a complete joke. The game is a joke, the controls are jokes, graphics are a joke, everything is a complete fucking joke.
Well, looks like it's over now, but not yet by a long shot for this season.
So stay tuned next Wednesday for the Season 5 finale of this Rant House show, and holy shit, isn't going to be the worst of the bunch.
Well, my fellow peeps, as y'all would know the name this past Sunday, TikTok is a short-form video hosting service owned by Chinese internet company ByteDance.
Despite TikTok being one of the most popular apps in the world, in Mason's and my opinions in his Plotagon world, it's one of the most fucked up, overrated, and controversial apps ever.
If you like TikTok, then your opinions are tolerated. Any of you TikTok fan brats here, forcing me to like TikTok, fuck you. I don't have to like that hack of an app, because this app is a piece of shit!
Yeah, this is absolutely nothing but a bunch of shit that came out of Satan's almighty ass with drizzle to come from his almighty penis.
In order to get over this, let's start the fucking episode.
And roll the gameplay footage while we hit it.
Alright peeps, TikTok hosts user-submitted videos, which may range in duration from 3 minutes to a fucking hour.
Exactly. This despairing app can be accessed through a mobile app or through this piece of shit website.
Since its launch back in September 2016, 4 months after my graduation at that time, it has become one of the world's most popular social media platforms, using recommendation algorithms to connect content creators and influencers with new audiences.
In April 2020, TikTok surpassed 2 billion mobile downloads worldwide. Cloudflare ranked this asshole app the most popular website of 2021, surpassing Google. The popularity of TikTok has allowed viral trends in food, fashion, and music to take off and increased the platform's cultural impact worldwide, more like cancel cultural impact.
Damn! Right, Junko. I could give a fuck less if this shitty-ass app is popular, because it has come under scrutiny due to data privacy violations, mental health concerns, misinformation, offensive content, and its role during the Gaza war. Wow! No wonder why we're ranting on this sorry pathetic cesspool that they call the most popular app.
Oh fuck yeah, way to ruin lives with your shit TikTok. This guide countries suffer the consequences with the fines, bans, or attempted to restrict it to protect children, or out of national security concerns over possible user data collection by the government of People's Republic of China through ByteDance.
Okay, so according to Google, when we searched up the answer by typing, did TikTok kill Vine? Well, the answer that Google gave us says, while TikTok did not directly, quote-unquote kill Vine, it is widely considered that the rise of TikTok, along with other platforms like Instagram, contributed significantly to Vine's decline and eventual shutdown due to increased competition in the short-form video market, making Vine seem outdated and less appealing to users. Essentially, TikTok took over the space that Vine had once occupied.
Well, whether 6 seconds is too short or not, I wish that Vine was still here. This is the main reason why Vine went out of fucking business. It's the main reason why Vine is fucking dead. It may be your opinions on whether or not it's the case. Now we have so many controversies of TikTok having its reputation going down the fucking shitter. Vox noted in 2018 the bullies and trolls were relatively rare on TikTok compared to other platforms. None the fucking less. Several users have reported cyberbullying via features such as Duet or React, which is used to interact with followers.
The trend making fun of autism eventually created a huge backlash, even on the platform itself, and the damn company ended up removing the hashtag altogether. In April 2018, an addiction reduction feature was added to Douyin. This encouraged users to take a break every 90 minutes. Later that year the feature was rolled out to the TikTok app. The company's survey reported that 50% of social media users find it stressful to watch a video longer than a minute, and a third of users watch videos at double speed.
In November 2022, Australia's medical regulatory agency, the Therapeutic Goods Administration, reported that there was a global shortage of the diabetes medication Ozempic. According to the TGA, the rise in demand was caused by an increase in off-label prescription of the drug for weight loss purposes. In December of that year, with the United States experiencing a shortage as well, it was reported that the huge increase in demand for the medicine was caused by a weight loss trend on TikTok, where videos about the drug exceeded 360 million views.
Well, when it comes to workplace conditions, several former employees of the company have claimed of poor workplace conditions, including the start of the work week on Sunday to cooperate with Chinese time zones and excessive workload. Employees claimed they averaged 85 fucking hours of goddamn meetings per week, and would frequently stay the hell up all fucking night in order to complete tasks. It has a stated policy of working from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. 5 days per week, but employees noted that it was encouraged for employees to work after hours.
One female worker complained that the company did not allow her adequate time to change her feminine hygiene product because of back-to-back meetings, causing Angie her to seek marriage therapy and lose an unhealthy amount of weight. And the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, with reports that Palestinians restored to TikTok for promoting their cause after platforms like Fuckbook and Shitter blocked their content. United States lawmakers to ban TikTok accused the platform of pushing pro-Hamas and pro-Palestine content.
God damn it! Is TikTok going anti-Semitism?
It says that it's allowing anti-Jewish and anti-Israel content to increase on the platform.
This app is such a racist piece of shit!
I've never seen an app this fucked up.
I bet those challenges of TikTok are one of the most major reasons why the app is this fucked up. The deadliest and life-threatening and suicidal challenges. The Blackout Challenge. It directs users to cut off their air supplies by choking themselves until they pass out. A 10-year-old girl in Italy accidentally asphyxiated herself by tying a belt around her neck, and was pronounced brain dead by doctors.
The Benadryl Challenge is about getting high and hallucinate for it. A 15-year-old girl from Oklahoma died in 2020 for a Benadryl overdose.
The Skullbreaker one is an instant warning sign about its potential fatality. It involves a group of people, usually 3, jumping next to each other. 2 of them kick out the third's feet from under them, causing them to fall backwards on their head.
The Fire Challenge is obviously dangerous. One just needs to cover their body in an inflammable substance and then light it on fire.
The full face wax was the brainchild of Touch barber Renas Ismail, where he called his customers' faces entirely with gloppy green wax, complete with wax-dipped Q-tips in their nostrils.
The Salt Challenge is about guzzling a large-ass amount of salt in their mouths, probably the bizarreness of the challenge that made it viral, but health risks posed such as dehydration, confusion and nausea.
Many fucking countries have imposed past or ongoing restrictions on TikTok, which we said earlier, but there's more. Shit! Other bans have cited children's well-being and offensive content. and free speech concerns.
In April of last year at Kenya, an individual filed a petition to ban TikTok in Kenya. However, this petition is about unregulated content on the platform.
In North Korea, it's been blocked and cannot be accessed there because of both rules and country's censorship laws. So what, North Korea is no better either.
Damn, this app is banned half, if not, most countries. Us Blotagon Skits crew were glad that it was banned in the US, but the next day the ban was lifted, and Mason was pissed off.
Despite its popular videos, wide variety of music genres, fake-ass filters, photoshopping bullshit, online shopping, and other things that people like to look up, this app is a complete mess.
This app is a mess indeed. It's nothing but a bunch of controversial, viral hacking, life-threatening challenges, dead meme digging, and other things that ruined Vine right from the fucking start. Such despairing, heartbreaking mess, man.
I can tolerate Riley and other inside-outs' opinion on TikTok, but is it mine? I just wanted to say from the bottom of my heart is, Mason and Junko are goddamn correct. Fuck TikTok. This shitty-ass app is the reason why Vine is dead. All those viral hacks, life-threatening challenges, and other shit that's mostly fucking trash.
TikTok used to be one of the best entertaining apps ever, but all of the controversy shit is what ruins the entire system. It can choke on a robotic penis to death and rot in hell.
This app is nothing but fat-shaming jerk-offs. I did a mukbang foods from McDonald's, and what reaction I get?
Those fucking trolls called me fat. They compared me to Nutcracker avocado before he lost all of that fucking weight, so I quit TikTok and never come back after that.
Those trolls tell me that I have a fat ass. Guess what, they can kiss it for all I give a rat's ass.
I have lost full interest towards TikTok with so much phobias around here, especially when it comes to savages picking on victims because of their sexualities, especially when they're fucking gay.
TikTok has affected everyone's lives around the world. This app is such a damn disease, and the US government done the right thing banning this app, but the damn decision was reversed and I'm not happy about that.
TikTok is so damn violent in my point of view, that I spanked the damn fan brats of it. If you fuckers dare come to fuck with me by forcing me to like TikTok, then I'm gonna make y'all regret it.
Baldy, you stupid bald-headed TikTok-hating bald-headed Kevin, you have chose the wrong path.
That's it, you better start liking TikTok right the fuck now before we call you out for not liking the best app ever.
You two bitches dare bash my opinion on TikTok. You two better run before I kill y'all.
Oh fuck, let's get out of here.
He's gone absolutely dangerous.
Well, those Titan Academy trolls have learned the hard way not to demand people to like TikTok.
Way to spit up facts, Mason. At least Chloe and Crystal paid for their lives.
Yup, I've attacked Chloe and Crystal so severely that I've sent her to hell where they belong.
So in conclusion, TikTok became more toxic and more toxic every goddamn year.
Yeah, so much despair that's anything but despairing in the dank and fucking Rimpa series.
But that doesn't mean we can forbid you from going to that toxic app. It's your choice after all.
If you still want to stay on TikTok, that's on y'all. Just be careful what you're browsing.
Now that concludes the 5th season of the Rant House show.
So we'd like to thank y'all for watching all 100 episodes of this series alongside with Pencil Neckbee's hate comments. But not to worry, we may have reached up to 100, but we're still keeping on going no matter what happens.
So anyways, stay tuned tomorrow for part 3 of #episode 100, starting off with the Salute House show.
Yeah, see you in the next video, my fellow peeps. We'll be fucking waiting.
Happy 100.
Happy 100.